And also it's very cold. So we're very grateful that you could brave the cold and make it. Today is also Human Rights Day. It's December 10th. And it's very auspicious that we have both on the same day. It's kind of like Universal Peace Federation, Peace Council. Usually we're bringing all the strands together, our different activities, the different areas of our work within the UK. We're an international NGO, and we're going to start with a 4-minute video, which will be showing in a sense, the international aspect. This is it was shown in February when we had a World Summit in Seoul, and it shows the international aspect. Today, beyond that, we'll focus on a number of areas, but mostly will be about the UK. But during the focus on human rights, we'll be looking particularly at religious freedom issues, and then the elimination of violence against women, which we've been highlighting quite a bit recently. So Raymond, could we start with the 4-minute video? Thank you.
Inspiration is highly needed.
It's important to take in consideration all aspects, including, we just heard it, the North Korean fears, and that nobody loses face. I don't believe one should be a winner and the other one should have lost the game. It's a question of finding a solution that both can be the winners.
And during this time of the pandemic, we need health for peace and peace for health. The two laureates, Professor Dame Sarah Catherine Gilbert and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, are the heroes who devoted themselves to health for peace.
Together with wisdom, sincerity, and resolve, I do believe we can illuminate the path to peace both on the Korean Peninsula and beyond.
A breakthrough of peace on the Korean Peninsula would reflect globally. If peace will be the cornerstone of every nation and every generation, then the 38th parallel can become a symbol of peace rather than division.
Are doing a great job making any effort to unify Korea, but respecting human rights, having the sense of history that drives you to this effort for unification.
In this context, the Korean Peninsula could be the ground of an exemplary pathway to peace.
I am sure that the Universal Peace Federation Summit will contribute to this important process of searching for constructive solutions to a conflict that has been going on for too long.
The people of Kosovo and of South Korea share a similar past of suffering under occupation and of struggle for freedom. Freedom means and seeks peace.
세계 모든 나라들이 하늘을 부모로 모시는 자리에서만이 진정한 세계 평화, 자유, 평등, 평화, 통일의 행복한 하늘 부모님을 중심한 인류 한 가족의 세계가 이루어질 수 있습니다.
And we dovetail into that, particularly our first speaker, Sir Mark Brand. He's been working hard. I know when you saw Dame Sarah Gilbert there, who is responsible for the AstraZeneca vaccine for COVID, then Mark was inviting her to come and speak, come and receive that award, and also speak in a particular conference we had. Mark was also very much involved with a number of those former heads of state who were on that video. So Mr. Mark Brand, he's the Vice President of Universal Peace Federation in the UK, in Europe and the Middle East. And we've all been together with Margaret and David and Patricia. We've all been working together very much for a few decades now in this kind of area, in this kind of work. So I'd like to welcome him, particularly focusing on religious freedom, thinking about Human Rights Day and how important, how precious religious freedom is. Sometimes it's called the first human right. So Mark Brand has been very much involved in particularly this area in recent times. He's going to talk about religious freedom and particularly about a particular issue. Would you like to come? Welcome.
It's great to see you all. I might say in relation to what Robin just said, actually, he's the real one who connected us to Sarah Gilbert because it was his idea. He had that inspiration. It was a very good inspiration because she was very open, very happy to take in that role. Yes, I'm going to... Can everybody see that okay? Yeah, okay. I'm going to talk about religious freedom. Wait a minute. I hope I'm going to talk about religious freedom. Seem to be missing. We're missing a couple of slides here, Raymond. What the introductory slides are not here. I don't know what's happened here. Slide 2 of 16.
Oh, I see. So if you just click back.
Oh, okay, great.
So if you just use the arrows.
And the arrows, that one in those.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'm somewhat IT illiterate, so I need Raymond very much. Yes, what I'd like to talk about today is in relation to the fact that it's UN Human Rights Day today. I felt to talk about the role of a free media in protecting religious freedom worldwide. And I want to start by just reminding you, I'm sure all of you are very well aware of these things, but there are many, very, very distressing religious freedom situations around the world. Just a week or 10 days ago, whenever it was, Bishop Mount Stephen from the Church of England reported on the plight of minority Christians worldwide. There are so many places where Christians are actually in quite a small minority, and they get persecuted like anyone else. But of course, it's by no means limited to Christians, because in Pakistan, the Ahmadis have had a very, very hard time since just the early 1950s. They've regularly, their members have been killed and very, very badly treated. The Rohingyas in Burma, in what is now Myanmar, have had an incredibly difficult time. They've basically had to migrate to Pakistan, and with all the insecurities and deficiencies that brings into their lives. And of course, we all know about the Uyghurs suffering from genocide in China, being imprisoned in large indoctrination camps and so on, which the Chinese deny. But anyway, I think it's recognized as fact by everybody else. The point about all of these four things is we know about them, and we have quite a clear picture of them because the media, in relation to these, maybe they haven't given them as much publicity as they should. There are all kinds of things like that one can say. But on the whole, we're pretty well informed and we pretty well much know what's going on. And in that sense, we can applaud the media and say the media have done a reasonably good job in making clear. And of course, there are many other examples I could have cited, pages and pages of them, but I just chose these as probably the best known ones of all. And so what I chose to talk about, and it's a little bit close to home for UPF and for Family Federation, is because it relates to what's happening with our own movement in Japan, where religious freedom is under very severe threat. Japan is, why this is serious is because Japan is the world's third largest economy. Japan aspires to very elevated status in the world because it's trying to espouse, the values of Western democracy and so on, human rights. And it even has been helping to promulgate treaties around the world for the advancement of religious freedom in all countries, because probably 70% or more of countries in the world have a problem with religious freedom. And well, maybe in a sense all do. I think this country does in some ways too, so nobody is blameless. But I think the big point is that Japan, in that position, promulgating religious freedom around the world, you would think, and most people would think, especially after the difficult history of Japan in the 1940s particularly, that Japan was now heading towards paragon status in terms of human rights observance and so on. But actually that's not the case, and we are the ones who've found this out to our cost. Probably some of you will have read I know The Guardian has carried pieces on this, The Times, The Independent, I think The Telegraph had one piece as well. Various UK newspapers have covered it, and also the BBC 2 Sundays ago, the Sunday before last, they had the Sunday morning religious affairs program, they had a piece on it as well. And 2 nights ago, I was watching BBC World News. I can't remember why, but anyway, they had a piece interviewing a British professor in a Japanese university talking about this case. And not one of them remotely touched on the core of the matter, the heart of the matter, the essential truth that you need to understand in order to assess the situation. So I want to just briefly recap. On July the 8th, I'm sure all of you are aware that tragically Shinzo Abe, the former Prime Minister of Japan, was assassinated by somebody called Tetsuya Yamagami while he was out campaigning in the streets, and he was shot. Really shocked Japan, and I think shocked the world. And Mr. Abe was actually very closely linked to UPF. He had appeared on a couple of things publicly, but behind the scenes he was really a very, very strong supporter. We were very proud of our association with him, and he was a very dear friend and colleague. This was, of course, after he was Prime Minister. And so he was partly drawn by the fact that his grandfather, Nobusuke Kishi, who was Prime Minister from 1957 to 60 in Japan, collaborated very closely with our movement to set up something called the International Federation for Victory over Communism. Because, as I'll explain later, Japan was in a very parlous state at that time in the late 60s, early 70s. Communism was gaining a hold in many countries, including Japan itself. And anyway, Mr. Kishi, as then a former Prime Minister, was very anxious to do something about it. So this was the root of his connection to us. And then actually his son, Shintaro Abe, became the Foreign Minister of Japan, uncle of Shinzo Abe, and there's a strong sort of also close to UPF's predecessors. So the assassin's mother was a member of the Family Federation, the Unification Church, otherwise known, and she made a large donation to from her family business to Family Federation, and he claimed that was the reason why he assassinated Shinzo Abe. You can see it's a rather complicated story, but he resented our founder, the surviving founder, Mother Moon, because of that, and he thought that killing Abe was somehow going to assuage his difficult feelings. So the leftist media in Japan immediately started to spread a totally false narrative, which was that the Family Federation, or Unification Church, was responsible for the killing of Shinzo Abe. And this is a picture of him actually being arrested in Nara City after the assassination. He's holding a homemade gun there. And the important thing is what the media have failed to mention. Some of the things that they mentioned are true, but it's the things they haven't mentioned that help you to actually understand the things that are true that they should have mentioned more than anything else. First of all, concerning the person himself, Yamagami came from a really troubled family, really sad family, long before they had anything to do with the church. His father committed suicide, and also a brother committed suicide, and I believe he himself at one point tried to commit suicide. And so they were a very troubled family, and anyone would think that could be a major factor in him doing such a terrible deed. But the media didn't, for the most part, didn't even mention it. Secondly, Family Federation Japan, many years ago, in 2009, gave back half the donation that the mother had given because they felt they hadn't been sensitive enough to the family's financial situation, and therefore, they should give back half of what they had given, and they did. Yamagami himself was never a Family Federation member. Many newspapers said he was. Le Monde just published an article saying he was a former member of Family Federation. He wasn't. Also, he had connections to the Japanese Communist Party, which I think you'll find significant in the light of what I'm going to tell you later. So this provoked a massive wave, unbelievable wave of negative publicity across Japan. Altogether, 900 different TV and radio programs featuring the false narrative, not giving the true narrative, were carried. More than 7,000 media articles were published in, of course, online, but in local and national newspapers. And, of course, this caused a great stirring of hatred and contempt for the Family Federation and, to some extent, for the affiliated organizations like UPF. So what were the repercussions from the false narrative? I can just give you briefly a very few of them. There are many, many, but first of all, the Japanese government was incited to remove the religious corporation status of the church, of the Family Federation, which is equivalent to charitable status here in the UK. In other words, no tax exemption and no recognition by the government or society or whatever. That is in process. It's been started, but of course it hasn't been done yet, and we hope it won't be done because there's lots to come out before it happens. Secondly, they're trying to give people the right. This is for all religions. I mean, imagine this. They're trying to give every person whose family member or they themselves have given money to a religious organization, they're trying to give them the right to claim back that money even 10, 15, 20 years later if they decide that actually they shouldn't have given it for whatever reason. You can imagine this is, of course, very cunning because it means that if you give a certain amount of money to the Catholic Church in Japan, you know you can always get it back, and the Catholic Church knows they can't really spend it because you may ask for it back after 5 or 10 years. So this is an absurd violation of religious freedom. If somebody genuinely, sincerely, from their heart gives what they feel to give, if they change their minds later, then they can't blame the organization for having spent the money on some philanthropic purpose, which is what basically Family Federation does. And other things, carrying out a major investigation of all the files and all the paperwork at our headquarters in Japan. They, just to emphasize the pettiness of it, 20 years ago, one of the directors of our Women's Federation, that's the sort of women's equivalent of UPF in a sense, she set up a school in Africa for 500 or 600 pupils in Mozambique. Very, very well regarded locally, did a lot for the local population. Japanese ambassador comes there and gives her an award, thanking her for all she's done for Japan, not only for Mozambique, because you can imagine educating 500 or 600 people for 20 years is quite a commitment. It takes a lot of investment of all kinds. And this recently was revoked, purely on the basis of this false narrative. So, they're trying to strip Family Federation and its affiliated organizations like Women's Federation of all credibility, of all credit or honor that they've gained through the good works that they have done. And there's many more examples like that. I'm just giving you one. Trying to stop, like most religious organizations in Japan sell, quote unquote, products, sacred objects for a high price. And they don't pretend that that's the commercial value if it was just a secular item. But anyway, they're trying to stop that by all religious groups in Japan, which is a major, major change. They're denying UPF the right of access to politicians. Their local government is withdrawing cooperation and so on and so forth. So what the media has failed to report is that what the true narrative is, which, first of all, had nothing to do with the assassination, other than what the claim is of the assassin, and they're making it out as if the whole thing was a spontaneous welling up of feeling on the part of the Japanese people. But that is totally false, as you'll see from this. So far from being spontaneous, public opinion against UPF and its affiliates is a result of a very carefully developed and coordinated plan on the part of leftist elements in Japanese society. I need to explain that briefly. The key people behind that are the Japanese Communist Party, the Socialist Party of Japan, various leftist lawyers groups, various national and local media, and the key media contributor is the Asahi Shimbun, the biggest paper in Japan with a 5 to 6 million circulation every day. And anyway, very briefly, because I don't really have enough time to explain all of this, but IFVOC was an organization set up with Mr. Kishi, the former Prime Minister, in the middle 70s. And the purpose of it was to educate people about the fallacies and the dangers of communism. And the two key ones are, very, very fundamentally, communism denies the existence of God and wants to try to stop all other people from experiencing God because they denote it as the opiate of the masses and it's not real and you should get real and live without God. And of course, the religions of the world feel rather differently. And they're trying to perpetrate that. And they're also, there were lots of problems with communism at that time in the 60s and 70s. I won't go into them. But IFVOC developed very well, educated millions and millions of Japanese people. And as a result, the growth of the Communist Party and of communism in Japan was very, very much limited. And Shinzo Abe and his family and many others are very, very grateful for that. And the main point of education is communism denies religion, the value of religion, denies the existence of God, and would like to see the elimination of all religion. That is the manifesto of the communists. So they're using us as an excuse, and in November just past, they revealed their hand, which was surprising because it was very good for them not to be seen to be conspiring, but they revealed it in public interviews. The Kazuo Shii, the chairman of the Japan Communist Party, said, from the standpoint of the Communist Party, this is the last war against the Unification Church. And one of his other colleagues, wrote in the Sunday Mainichi Shimbun, he wrote that the end of the final war with the old, what will happen now next, the end of the final war with the old unification church. So the media in Japan and Europe has kept completely silent about this, which is very, very strange, because you'd think people would like to know what's behind this. And anyway, the true narrative is now just beginning to gain traction. Newt Gingrich, the kind of father figure of the Republican Party in America, has now spoken out very strongly. There are many leaders in North America, I can't name them because they've asked for us not to name them for the time being, who are ready to come out. One of them has said, I'll fly to Japan tomorrow and I'll confront Kishida for you. We said, actually, we need to handle it slightly differently, but that's the kind of sentiment that this is arousing, because the value of UPF in particular is so greatly felt in North America. Anyway, another lady, Masumi Fukuda, who's probably the leading Japanese freelance journalist, has now published an article in a magazine called Hanada, which the Prime Minister reads, Kishida reads, saying this is all a false narrative, the whole thing is hocus pocus, you haven't looked at the reality, forget about all the persecution of the Unification Church, watch out for the advance of communism. And we've put in submissions to the UN Human Rights Council, and we remain optimistic that we will eventually overcome all of these things. And why I'm explaining it to you is this. First of all, because I feel there's a very genuine point that the media has a huge responsibility, not just in this case, but in all cases, to really report accurately about human rights abuses, to go into them rather than choose a juicy, easy story, as the British media have done, and just parrot that. They need to go into it, they need to find out the real truth behind it, and then they need to report that. But they tend not to, and that's a cause of many, many human rights violations, not just of our church in Japan, but many other religious situations. So I think that it's also been important for people in UPF, many of our ambassadors for peace have been asking, because they've read the articles, they've seen some programs on the BBC. We can tell you a lot more, but I can't tell you more in 10 minutes. So more and more is coming out. I think the wheel is beginning to turn full circle. I think very soon it will become common knowledge. I think North America is getting ready to really pounce on Japan. The worry in America is a much bigger worry than just about Unification Church. They feel the communists are trying to change the balance of power in Asia through this by separating Japan from the United States. That's the view of the elder of the Republican Party, Newt Gingrich. Anyway, I've gone on too long. Robin wanted to pull the trapdoor open, but I put him off. If there are any quick questions, no time for questions, okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Shall I take this or leave it? Take it? Leave it? Leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for outlining that. I know Mark is very much involved in this issue, and it's a very important issue, not just for our movement, but also for many geopolitical relationships. I'd like to ask the chair of our Board of Trustees, Keith Best, to come up now. Keith is a former MP, and he's also he was the chair of the Immigration Advisory Service UK. He was also president or chair of Prisoners Abroad, and he's held many positions. He also promoted the Survivors Speak Out Network for the torture survivors around the world. And he's done an amazing job with many NGOs and many public sector organizations which are playing an important role in the UK. So we're very grateful to have him as chair of the Board of Trustees, and we'd like to welcome him up. Thank you.
Well, Robin, dear friends, thank you very much. That's far too generous an introduction, as always, so it's downhill all the way from here, I'm afraid. But it's wonderful to be amongst you all. It's good to see such a good turnout. And as Robin reminded us right at the very beginning, it's significant that today, 74 years ago to the day, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And the significance of that is because it helps us to actually try to understand the answer to that very difficult but eternal question, what is peace? Well, we know it's not just the absence of war, but what really is it? And I think actually now, thanks to that panoply of human rights that has been followed through after the Universal Declaration and represented in the Universal Convention on the European Convention on Human Rights, the EU's fundamental freedoms and such like, we now have this corpus of human rights law, which is secular. It may have been based in Judeo-Christian ethics in many respects, but it is essentially secular, and so therefore has that adjunct of universality. Many years ago, I don't know how many people are here, maybe from Malaysia or know of Malaysia, but Prime Minister, many years ago, they tried to say that actually this was an invention of the West and was done to try to humiliate the abuse of human rights in other parts of the world. Well, that's all stopped now. I mean, that now it is accepted that these are universal norms. And so it helps us answer that question, that really peace is the ability to live in freedom according to those fundamental rights. And I think it's also significant this year, the BBC, for its annual Wreath Lectures, has chosen 4 pillars of freedom, one of which is the religious freedom delivered by the former Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams. And that also is significant because it means we have to really see, well, what is religious freedom? Mark has given some very good examples of where we see that being eroded in many parts of the world. But let me just pose to you this question. Religious freedom is so fundamental. For many people, it is the way they define themselves. It is the way they live their lives. It is the corpus of moral values which determine the way they behave towards other people, and in geopolitical terms, the way nations behave towards other nations as well. So it goes far beyond that simple phrase, religious freedom. It encompasses the question of freedom of speech, freedom of belief, freedom of the ability to express yourselves, freedom to live in a community where there are people who may follow different religions and different faiths, but you are able to pursue your own without being in fear of persecution. So it opens up so many other doors of fundamental rights just beyond the concept, the immediate concept of religious freedom. Well, Mark mentioned, and I won't reiterate what Mark said about what's going on in Japan right now, but you can see it is a very serious threat, not just to the Unification Church, but as Mark was explaining, to other religions as well. And if that sort of thing is replicated around the world, we are going to see an increase in persecution of religions. Mark mentioned the Rohingya and the Uyghurs, 2 Muslim communities being persecuted because they are a minority within the larger sphere. We know of, not just in Pakistan, which Mark mentioned, but elsewhere in the world, religious persecution of Christian minorities in so many different parts of the world, very well articulated in religious press right now. From the point of view of the Japanese situation, I mean, I've been in discussions with Congressman Dan Burton on this, and what is interesting there is it's bringing in actually another wing of UPF, which is the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, because parliamentarians are able to talk to each other in a much easier way across nationalities than many other people or civil society can do so. So that's another strength to UPF in being able to take communications and lobbying through that particular direction. But I also want to say that, looking at this country, and we UPF UK needs to look at this country, I think we are fortunate in that we not only enshrine in our laws the right to religious freedom, but we are living in increasingly a very diverse, not just ethnically, but religiously diverse community in this country. I think it's very significant also that our present king, actually, when he was Prince of Wales, said quite clearly he wanted to be not just the defender of the faith, but defender of faiths. And I think that is very much deeply enshrined in the British psyche now, that actually we accept that we live in a country where there are many different religions being practiced. I remember going on pilgrimage many years ago to Jerusalem, and it just struck me as very portentous in a way that as I walked up the Via Dolorosa and saw Christians carrying the cross up the Via Dolorosa in front of them, as very often pilgrims do, and coming down the other way were the Orthodox Jews coming down with their long hair and their hats and everything like that, at the same time as hearing the muezzin calling the faithful to prayer. And I thought, this is extraordinary. This is three Abrahamic faiths living together in one city, a troubled city, but one where actually those three religions have lived together for hundreds of years, largely in peace. So it does show that actually people can live in peace together. But we need to root out where there are religions being persecuted, and we need to call people to account for that. Mark mentioned communism. Communism, of course, has always been against religion because it sees it as subversive. Mark again mentioned the Marxist comment that religion is the opiate of the people. And so every communist regime, particularly the Bolsheviks when they came to power in Russia, wanted to exclude religion. We saw in Nazi Germany the appalling construct of Himmler in the Arnenberger, of this artificial idea that somehow there was an Aryan race that only pertained to certain people in Nazi Germany. All these falsities have to be referred to and called out persistently in order to make sure that we can actually ensure that we continue to have religious freedom. So I just want to end by saying this. We are all here. We like to think of ourselves as peacemakers. We have many people in this audience who've been given, I've got one myself hanging on the wall, the notification that we are ambassadors for peace. And that's a wonderful thing. But what should we be doing as ambassadors for peace? What does it mean? What is our role? And I think our role is very much to actually look at all sides of an argument, and you saw it articulated by many people in the 2022 summit, where you don't just take a partisan side, but you look at all aspects of a conflict. And I would say that even true of the situation in Ukraine today. Although terrible things are being done, it was an unprovoked war of aggression by Putin, and all that must be called out. And in due course, no doubt, there will be a special tribunal, or matters will come before the International Criminal Court for the war crimes and the crimes against humanity that have been committed in Ukraine and are being committed to this very day as we speak. But that said, even if that conflict ends, and it seems to be intractable because neither side is prepared to come to the negotiating table, even if that ends in the humiliation of Russia, then that is particularly the time when the West and Ukraine must hold out the hand of friendship and actually try to overcome the problem that war will have engendered in that kind of humiliation. A wounded beast is a very dangerous animal. And we should look back to history and realize how so often future conflicts are actually formed out of the resolution of their predecessors. The peace treaties, the Treaty of Versailles, a classic example that everybody points to as being seeing the rise of the Nazis during Germany as a result of the resentment for the reparations and things that came about as a result of the Treaty of Versailles. I think that we need to make sure that we are prepared to take that balanced view, and really, in a way, to reiterate what Churchill so famously said: in war, resolution; in defeat, defiance; in victory, magnanimity; and in peace, goodwill. And if we hold that strong, and if we pursue that path, then maybe we can really be ambassadors for peace. Thank you very much.
Can I invite my colleague in peace, Margaret Alley, to take care of the next section. So Margaret and I have been working, but particularly looking at the elimination of violence against women as a major human right issue.
Actually, United Nations think that's the most major. Can we take this away here? Hi, everyone. You look even lovelier from here. I don't know why. Yeah, lovely people. I told someone today, well, you know, if people come here and they're not good, they'll become good. But I'm sure there's nobody here not good. Well, I'm very interested in women empowerment and women elimination of violence against women, and we do it every year for the past 10 years, I think, or 11, and it's every time we're surprised what an amazing impact it has on our women, you know. And now I really wanted to give you a taste of the people that have worked with us, and one of them is quite a dear friend to us in our work, and her name is Remy Dooley. She recently actually did a joint event with us, and I'd like her to say just in a few words what is what she does. Actually, I can tell you who she is a little bit. She's a project co-leader for British Albanian Kosovar Council, which runs the cross-cultural family learning programs, strengthening families, strengthening communities, and undertakes youth work and children of families who participate. But this is one aspect of her, and the other aspect that we saw is she is a deputy something of.
I'm deputy chair of Refugee Advocacy Forum
Yeah.
in London.
Yeah.
And I'm also a chair of Kosovo Albania Against Violence.
Come up, darling. Just come here, sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what an honor to be here today and invited by lovely Robin and Margaret, as always, to speak on the International Human Rights Day. Furthermore, my duty today is to speak about my work on elimination of violence towards women and girls. There will be no Human Rights Day if there was no women's rights, right? So one of the things that we need to remind ourselves today and raise our voice is let's make every woman in the whole planet equal to every other citizen, or regardless of their age, gender, and etc. At the moment, we are not equal to everyone. We see this in everyday life. Domestic violence is increasing every day across the globe, and we have 2 women dying every week in United Kingdom. Clearly, women are not equal. Furthermore, women are not paid equally as men. So when we think during the COVID-19, the pandemic, saw many people losing loved members of their family, it was women and girls who actually served mostly on those hospitals. It is our children that get educated every day, mostly by women, and it is women that usually are those doctors that treat us. So therefore, we have to actually raise our voice, not just today on the International Human Rights Day, but every day. Furthermore, talking about what we did recently with UPF as a chair of Kosovo Albanian Youth Against Violence, just over a week ago, we launched a campaign called Escaping Violence, Hoping for Sanctuary. I'm an ex-refugee myself from Kosovo with a lived experience of refugee and asylum-seeking experience. And this campaign aims to raise awareness about the challenges that specifically this vulnerable group of women and girls are experiencing, starting from fleeing home, fleeing violence, all sorts of violence, war, such as right now in Ukraine, and many other wars that are happening right now, and sometimes we don't hear that much around about them on media. They're fleeing sexual violence. They're being used like baits, sold for money by the traffickers. When they finally manage to escape en route, they continue to be violated. They have no rights. They're not asked what they want. And then finally, they arrive in sanctuary, a country like United Kingdom, a country that we highly speak of human rights. And we are privileged, but not everyone, not refugee and asylum-seeking women and young girls. My clients have no right to choose where they can live, whether they can continue education, because they have to wait many years, sometimes 3, 4, 5, one of them even 10 years to hear if she's allowed to stay in UK. Secondly, she's not allowed to continue her education, and she's not allowed to work, to contribute, to have a dignified life. So without taking much time, I would like to invite everyone here, which I believe everyone is a peace ambassador. Join us together to raise awareness, to stop violence towards women, all women, but I personally feel really strongly about the asylum-seeking and refugee women because they are the most vulnerable ones across the world, not just in UK, but across the world. In UK, in this democratic society, we can make a change. So please join me, and I can speak to all of you about the campaign, support this campaign, which is very important. So I hope you actually will be able to speak to me later on. But finally, just so we can make it happen for these women to live in dignity, to be able to contribute, to live healthy lifestyle. I mustn't forget one more thing, actually. There is a saying on public health that says, poverty has a face of a woman. That should tell us all. If that is the case, we need to look around us and look for poverty. Where can we find poverty? Amongst migrant communities, amongst these families who are led by single women. We have cuts on every aspect of women's health, immigration, education, employment. We must do more to invest so we can actually improve the life of all women, but in particular those migrant women who are actually the future of the society. These are the women that are actually financing or actually running NHS. These are most of these women that get employed as the teacher assistants and etc. So please join me to promote the campaign, as I said, which is Escaping Violence, Hoping for Sanctuary. Thank you so much.
Remember, we're together.
Definitely.
She's with UPF, and I think UPF got all those nice people that can help.
Yes, definitely. I mean, UPF was actually this hall where we actually launched our campaign.
Yeah,
but
it was beautiful.
I would have loved all of you to be here that day. And I do hope you join us on future launches, which will be hopefully soon in the Houses of Parliament. So thank you so much. And let's work together and promote women's rights. There is no human rights, guys, without women's rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. She has a lot of work, to be honest. She's done a lot for, we had this 10 days, 16 days to contribute our result. And I was very happy to know about I'm very interested to work more with you, particularly about the migrant, refugees. Thank you very much, my dear. And the second lady is also a very close friend of mine. It's Merita Yusufi. Merita Yusufi works actually. Teuta, come. Teuta was going to speak with her. But she is now gone to hospital, she's got something wrong, we all pray for her. And now Merita will talk a little bit about her organization, with which I worked as well. And Teuta is on the board of directors. Yeah. And
greetings to you all. I am very grateful to be here with you today, and thanks, Margaret, for inviting me and for collaborating with us for at least last few years. And Teuta Abduli, she has been working
very much
with you very much, and she loves what you do. She have sent her greetings to you as well. She would have loved to be here, but she is not feeling well. And I'm sure that you would have been amazed by her inspiring speech, because she's one of the members of our platform as well. Yeah. She's not here with us today. I am a founder of Successful Mothers. Successful Mothers is an organization that supports mothers, inspire mothers to be the best version of themselves. And today, at this day, in Human Rights Day, all of us here, we stand or we sit here and we reflect how well we've been doing to support this important day. Because it should be, every day should be Human Rights Day, every day should be, we should treat each other in the best way possible, being fair and equal to each other. We don't want men to feel like they have power over women, but at the same time, of course, we don't want women to have power over men. We want women to have power over themselves, and we want men to have power over themselves, and then collaborate in the best way possible to bring the young generations, our future of the future of our world, to raise our children in the best way possible, believing and trusting that this world is a beautiful place to live. Are we doing that in the best way possible until now? We have a lot to work on. Let me bring examples from Sweden. They have in their policies that women and men to treat with equal rights, men and women at home, especially with domestic work, but also with as a breadwinners. And in decades, for decades now, the time has changed. Before, men were breadwinners and women were at domestic sphere, expected to do everything at home, cook and clean. But today, a lot of women are working, a lot of mothers are working, and they still are expected to go home and do everything and clean and educate their children, because mother is called first educator of the child. But why don't we do this together? Mother and father should be educators of their children. That shouldn't be the responsibility only for the mother. They both should work together to educate and raise their child in best way possible. Raise their child in the way that everyone deserves to be happy in this world. And how do we be happy? When we respect ourselves, of course, but respect each other, respect others as well. No one should be better than others. Why would I be more special than someone else? Or why would you be more special than me? We all got one life to live, and we are all responsible to contribute to that. And that starts from home. And this is my passion, to support mothers to raise their standards in everyday life, and to do, in the second that they become a mother, that doesn't mean their career have ended. It's just a new special thing added to her career, but they should continue and do whatever they wanted to do. This was our platform, the space that they provided. When we started 5 years ago, we started with afternoon tea conversations. And that was the best, the most inspiring and beautiful event that could be every week or every month that we waited, because mothers are good mentors, and we didn't actually need anyone to mentor us because we mentored each other. We listened to each other, what the concern was. And that was our focus group. That was when we picked up the themes, and we, with those themes, we worked together to bring experts or specialists to treat those themes. And some of them were with UPF as well, especially last year,
Yes,
empowering mothers.
Yes, that's
So
wonderful.
that was an amazing event. And that's what we would like to continue doing more. This year we've got a lovely project about successful parenting, and especially Teuta. It's very good at. She's a wonderful, not only parent, she's a wonderful wife, wonderful mother. She is a wonderful friend, and then she wrote 2 books. And she is doing coaching about parenting, positive parenting
she's
as well.
She's offered to do it online or in person for UPF.
Yeah.
So we can do that.
Yeah, we've got a lot to do. And it's just inspiring that when we come to the end of the year, because it's Human Rights Day, but it's nearly the end of the year as well. And when we think, we have to think what else to do next year to make this world a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you.
Okay, just she was talking about men. Just some idea, something that we're going to do came to my mind. You know, No More is a big global organization. We are global. No More Violence Against Women is also a global organization. And they are very interested in working with us. And when I said that I really think men should be included in every women's event. And I've been trying to do that. And nowadays we have more men when women are talking, But now we want to do some like projects, not projects, like a program, and men and women will come in the same room, and they don't have to be abused or whatever, but it's kind of trying to show each other the respect that you would show to your wife or to your sister, whatever, and to see how we can gain more men to come to speak for women. And there's lots of people, especially my next speaker was going to be here, but she's not. She actually engaged a lot of men who stood up and said, this is not women's problem, it's men's problem. Men will really, we feel responsible, we will do it. And I'm very happy about that. And I would like to do that kind of a group coming together with No More have some kind of celebrity men as well, kind of joining in. So that's very good. I mean, I love women and I love men as well, but this part is very important for me. It is truly said in the UN, it's the worst UN case of human rights, this elimination of violence. Is the most difficult, the most terrible. So please, like Remy said, join us and work with us. There was a person not come online, but she came to speak about elimination of violence, and she already wants to help UPF to do more. She's a GP, and unfortunately she's not on Zoom. She was going to come on Zoom, but she's not. But she is so dedicated to actually also tell young people, young men, about how to be good men, if you see what I mean. So that's a very good, there are very many avenues now. All we need to do is come together and do it. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to forget about my dearest friend, Marie Henson. I don't know if she appears. She might say something. But I'm going to come to a very new but very precious friend, Bernie Davis. When you meet someone, suddenly you think, this is a good woman. And that's the feeling I had, and I'm not mistaken, as she's very, very passionate and very much wanting to help us, even in Wales. She's from Wales. And I invite her now, except that the notes are not mine. I don't know where they are. Sorry. But, she's such a good speaker that she'll sort herself out, I'm very sure of it. But she is, Robin, you didn't give me. She is a TED speaker, author, and diversity entrepreneur. And also she has recently gone responsibility of Welsh Government, Ombudsman. Say more? Come up. Actually, I was shocked. She's the first black woman, apparently, on Ombudsman, whatever. Public Service Ombudsman for Wales. Come on, darling.
Yes.
We can be spellbound. Just 5 minutes or so?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
It is an absolute honor. Thank you so much, Margaret, Robin, and the chair of both the European head of UPF and United Kingdom to have me here. Sometimes life is like a big checkerboard, and we just get moved into the places that we're supposed to be. And I have just been moved into this great checkerboard, and it has taken me here. And I am so thrilled, because I was not supposed to have met Margaret, was I? No, I was coming to London for another occasion, and Margaret had a speaker, just like now, that did not show up. And I just so happened to have been coming earlier than I should have been. And I just so happened to get the call in time. And I so happened to speak at the House of Lords for you, didn't I, Margaret? And that was where the connection happened straight away. Yes? And it is so important that we always have that human connection. And when I was thinking about, when Margaret asked me to speak today, I thought, what should I speak about? And I remembered this book that I did in high school, To Kill a Mockingbird. Yes? Atticus Finch, when he said, in order to understand someone, you've got to be able to see his point of view. And they asked, what do you mean, Atticus? He said, how about just getting into their skin and walking around in it? Let's think about that. Because I put it to you that that is what is fundamentally wrong with what is going on now in the world. We are not taking the time to understand other people's points of view, walking around in their skin. Yes? So I want to tell you a little bit about the 3 Ps. Position, purpose, and power. Yes? Because we are positioned for purpose. I have been positioned, I've gotten this great position, first black female to be advisor to the Public Services Ombudsman for Wales. I advise the Welsh government all the time. I speak, it so happens that almost 20 years ago, I spoke at the United Nations, yes, about matters such as this. And my daughter was there, she was only 9 years old at the time, yes? And that was a position. Yes? As a lawyer, when I came over to the United Kingdom, and you know, sometimes our positioning takes us down before it takes us up. Yes? Do not despise the times that your positioning is not where you'd like it to be, because it is in those times that you learn. It is in those times that you walk into somebody else's shoes. That's when you jump into somebody else's skin and have a little time in it. So you can understand. Because I came from privilege, yes? So I didn't understand the homelessness and joblessness and all of that. But I faced it when I came to the United Kingdom because I was overqualified. So they said, yes? But because I did not despise my positioning, I launched a charity to help refugees and asylum seekers. And that is how I stood at the United Nations, fully paid for by the Bradford Council. Yes? So when you get your positions, two things you need to recall and remember. This too will pass. Yes? So when you're flying high, remember the little man, because you might meet them on the way down. And when you are down, ask yourself, what do I need to learn? Because it is actually preparing me for going up. So what's your purpose? What is your purpose? You have not been placed in positions of elevation simply to pat each other on the back and form some mutual admiration society. This is not the time to be lost in echo chambers where everybody thinks, feels, and understands the way we do. This is not the time for us to forget about allyship and what it really means, because people who are influencers have to become allies. And we have got to stop the narratives which make people like Boo Radley into Kill a Mockingbird, the enemy. Now, unlike Boo Radley, who had a moment when he was vindicated, a lot of the people that are in his position, locked away in a dark house with no light, and the whole world passing them by, casting judgment, and no one taking the time to find out who is really that man, that woman, that group of people. We're talking about religious freedom. And so I would just, use a couple analogies from the Bible. Esther, Queen Esther, she came to a position for the time to help the Jewish people from being annihilated. Joseph came to power. In a day, he came to power so he could save Egypt and his own family. What do you have to do? What do I have to do? Whose purpose should we align ourselves to? I think this is a great purpose to align ourselves to. Yes? So, I would like today, because I do not have a lot of time, and I think I need to make best of the time, because there is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood lead on to fortune. On such a full sea, we are now afloat, and we must take the current where it serves or lose our ventures. That was Brutus in Julius Caesar. No one would say that his venture was not so noble, the assassination of Julius Caesar. But the point is, we need to understand the times. Tempus rerum imperator. Time is the commander of all things. What time is it? Now is the time to find your own wave. Now is the time to ride that cusp. Now is the time to align yourself with movements that matter. Now is the time to climb into their skins and walk a little bit in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to seize the time. Time is always important when it comes to a program, so we're very grateful for all the contributors so far. They've been very timely, which is good. I'd like to invite up to one motivational speaker. I'd like to invite up a motivational singer. So Tali Karen, actually Tali we've known for 14 years, 15 years, 16 years, some long time now. And one of the most powerful times was when we had a Middle East Peace concert in Notting Hill in a church. And we had people from, we had Palestinian singers, we had Saudi Arabian singers, we had Iranian singers, we had a whole range of people, musicians. We had an incredible array of Middle Eastern music coming together, showing that culture could go beyond politics. So I always valued that about Tali, that this peace activism that we shared. Tali also has got a recent single that she's released. It's Who You Are. And there are some favorites for UPF favorites, and we're very grateful that she could come and sing here today. And please stream and download her music. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we said we'll have it here. So. The middle if possible. So until we do it, good afternoon, everyone. It's such a privilege, honor to be here, to hear all those speakers that actually sang the words of my songs. And I just can't wait to meet you later. But for me, like Robin said, it's like coming home. To be here. I haven't been here for a long time, but here on that stage, I started a lot of activity that led to influence so many people through the House of Lords. So I just want to share a tiny story because I'm here to sing, but it's all related to the Bible, to the miracle, to who we are and who we want to be. So, as I said, I became ambassador for peace many years ago. And then one day my PR said, Tali, can we launch your single at the House of Lords? At the time I sang for the UPS at the Parliament, at the House of Commons, but not at the House of Lords. So I came to Robin, I said, Robin, can we do something? He said, you know what? Come and speak about peace and reconciliation, 5 minutes. I had to look in the dictionary what is reconciliation, finding out that that's what I've been doing all my life, born to a Syrian father, Polish mother, reconciliation at home. So then I came there, I was shaking. I think you spoke there as well. I was shaking, and Lord Eames was the host. And I really knew I'm dealing with intellectuals. I'm just going to be myself, which that is always the message, be authentic. So I just spoke from my heart. At the end, Lord Im said, and I was moved to tears by this young girl. Young, yes. Yes, life begins at 50. And then I said, yes, miracle happened. Robin made it, and I'm going to have selfie with that Lord after. And Lordy Lord, I had a selfie that led to many, many things which I will share in the second song, but that was a miracle. And I've chosen to sing the first song based on the biblical story of Exodus 14, that I took the text of the Bible, but wrote it in English and turned it to be Hallelujah. And Margaret loved that song, so I'm singing it for you. I promised you. And you can all join me in the last chorus because the words are Hallelujah. So let's go.
I was walking in my dream. I stood before the sea. I raised my arm. An angel spoke through me with strong and burning wind, and the sea divided. And they walked inside, and they walked inside, and they walked inside with the sea divides. And they walked inside, and they walked inside, and they walked inside with the sea divides. The angel whispered my name and said, lift up your hand, close your eyes. I lift my hand so high, I almost touch the sky. The water flowed inside. And we all sang loud, and we all sang loud, and we all sang loud. Hallelujah. And we all sang loud, everyone. And we all sang loud, and we all sang loud. Hallelujah.
Last choruses, I want you all to sing loud hallelujah, that people on TikTok, Facebook will hear the work that we are all doing. And we all sing hallelujah. All sing loud, and we all sing loud, and we all sing loud, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you. So the next part of the story, so after that selfie that I had with the Lord, I had launched my single at the House of Lord, but that was only the beginning. After an event like this today, actually, it was in the boat. You did a beautiful event on the boat. One of the speakers, Jonathan Blaine, amazing person, came to me while I was walking to the underground. And he said, do you write songs about peace? I said, yes, more inner peace. I mean, to make yourself the better version of yourself. Not really about peace. Can I send you a song of my daughter, she's 12 years old, about peace? I said, yes, of course. He sent me an email. I read the song. You can after look on my social media, Magical Powers. I was moved to tears. I composed it straight away, but I also bought a domain name of the National School Poetry Competition with the theme of peace. All that happened just from one event. So look how powerful when we are all gathering together, people that meaning to do good. That competition changed so many children's life, and the award, they got it at the House of Lords. And all that from the selfie and from Robin bringing me that 5 minutes. So, yeah, Robin, thank you, and Margaret. So I do have to sing a song that we all know, and you can join me, Imagine. But my vision when I did this competition and after my event was Vision of Hope. We all speak the same language through music. My vision was to get into the media, that just like negativity, through music, through songs of children. I've done it on a small level, but I still have big plans because the media affect us so much and we need to put positivity through music. Let's all sing together, Imagine.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It's not hard if you try. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living for today. You might say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope one day you will join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possession. I wonder if you can try. No need for greed or hunger, just brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You might say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope one day you will join us, and the world will be as one. Will be as one, and the world will be as one. Will be as one, and the
you, thank you. And of course, I chose that song because of the amazing work that the Peace Federation is doing, that is so inspiring, each one of us here. And I'm going to sing the single, It's Who You Are. Actually, Margaret Thatcher was quoting the words of the song, which are very simple. Watch your thought, they become words. Watch your words, they become action. Watch your action, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it's become your destiny. It becomes who you are. And I heard it in The Iron Lady. I thought she wrote it, but it's not her. It's Lao Tzu, Buddha. No one really know who wrote those amazing words, but she became, if we love her or not, that's, it's not the case, but she became like the song when I'm singing, you become who you are, like you became who you are, like you became like you, all inspiring people that take the best version of ourselves. So I'm not here to be the speaker because I'm much better speakers, but I have a big drive because when you'll hear it, people say, this is a world hit, Ali. But I'm actually fighting Taylor Swift, and even Adele, she's number 60 in the chart now, with all the millions. I'm doing it without any penny, but with your love, with believing in miracle, and believing that when we are doing really purpose that we have to do, we will become who we are. So I'm not in the chart yet. Please, everyone, stream it, share it, and get inspired. It's who you are. Let's go. Louder in the monitor. What's your thought? What's your thought? They become words. They become your action. They become what your habit. Who you are, who you are, who you are. It's who you are, who you are, who you are. Watch your habit, they become your character. Watch your character. It becomes your destiny. It becomes who you are, 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 who you It's who you are, who you are. It's who you are, it's who you are, who you are. It's who you are, it's who you are, who you are. It's who you are, it's who you are, who you are. It's who you are. very much. Just to say, I'm giving free CDs of children songs that about peace. And if each one of you that have big organization want me to sing, I'm happy to do it, which will help me to make a world hit and make inspiring songs. So come after, same like Jonathan Kane. Thank you, Robin. Thank you for all your help. Thank you.
Oh, it's great. Thank you so much, Sally. Leave her around. So, thank you so much for the music and for joining in. I'd like to invite Dr. Michael Balcom, who is the chair of Family Federation for World Peace and Unification in Europe and the Middle East, which is 72 nations. Wow. He's also the long-time UPF person. He was in charge of media and so many things in the international office for many years. So he knows UPF inside out. And we're very grateful to invite him to give us a message this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. That was amazing, Tali. That's so hard an act to follow, I must say. I was going to sing, but I don't dare. Good afternoon, everybody. You are amazingly dedicated. You're at a UPF meeting during the World Cup, but you haven't missed anything. Robin asked me to share a little bit about the three main purposes of UPF, for those of you who might be here for the first time, and also one of the highlights coming up in 2023. I think it's no secret to any of you that we really have three key focuses. The first deals with religious freedom, human rights, interfaith unity. The second, humanitarian work, responding to crisis wherever it may be. This year for us, a lot of focus has been in the Ukraine, but in fact, we have many conflicts even within the area that is Europe and the Middle East, which includes tragic parts of the world like Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, and more. And like all of us, we're concerned about the planet we live on and the young people who will inherit it, who are the future. And these focal points reflect our founder, our co-founder, Mother Moon's own concerns and priorities. It's my privilege to be at the founding of UPF in 2005. It was the same year as the 60th anniversary of the United Nations. And over on the east side of town, I lived in New York at the time, the UN, as always, was the generator of gridlock. Not just traffic gridlock with all the limousines coming and going, but a gridlock of ideas. And the then Secretary General, Kofi Annan, asked the question, after 60 years, how close are we to fulfilling our founding purpose? And Father Moon at that time, Mother Moon since, has said, well, the United Nations will not be able to fulfill its founding purpose unless and until it makes room to ask the questions of God. And this is Mother Moon's first priority, to recognize the need for divine intervention and indeed the cooperation of all faith traditions. Now, in this particular room, I dare say almost everyone would agree with that without reservation. Yes, of course, we need to call on the Lord. We need to call upon Allah, upon God. But somehow, when we get out of this building and we walk back in our ordinary lives, sometimes you find it's actually not so easy to say that. You wonder, should I mention that? Might I be considered that I'm trying to convert or proselytize people at the wrong time? So, we are not, and Mother Moon is not seeking to convert anyone to anything. But in her experience, her profound belief, without God, there can be no peace. However, if God, that was enough, then we would already live in a world of peace.
God would have done it long time ago. So the second principle is very clear. Human beings have a responsibility. We know that. We have a responsibility to God. We have a responsibility to each other. And too often we neglect it. Why? We get caught up in other things. We become selfish, self-centered. Not just ourselves, our community, even our nation can fall into that trap. And Mother Moon's 80th birthday is coming up. And of course, she's very much thinking of the future, that her children, 14 of them, her grandchildren, 46 of them, her great-grandchildren, will inherit. Living in Korea, that country is very much under the influence of China, not political influence, environmental influence. Every summer, microscopic yellow dust starts to float in the air over China, and during the winter months, falls over Seoul in a deep and ugly pall. In terms of the interfaith and religious aspect, perhaps if you've joined us during the year, you might have taken part in one of the rallies of hope that involve people from all over the world, online and in presence now. They're very large scale, and one feature of them, of course, is the leaders of different faiths bringing their understanding from their scripture to the table. But they're also much more small and intimate, like this one here in Lebanon just a couple of weeks ago, with Muslim leaders in a very plural country, Lebanon, thinking, you know, how can we break down the walls with our southern neighbor, Israel? You probably know that it's actually illegal for Jews and Lebanese to mingle together officially. Transport between the two countries is not possible. In fact, you even get your passport checked to see if you've been in one country or the other. It's terrible. But ordinary people, people of faith, don't want anything to do with that. They want to live together in peace. Speaking of the victims of war and conflict, well, of course, here in Europe, a lot of our concern and our money, and your money for those of you who've donated, has been trying to help those affected by the dreadful war in Ukraine. And I'm particularly proud of our chapter in Moldova. It's one of the smallest and poorest countries in Europe. In fact, many people wouldn't easily find it on a map, but it's kind of near Romania and Ukraine. And it's one of the first ports of call for the refugees who came out of the Ukraine in the early part of this year. And our chapters all over Europe mobilized to send food, clothing, money. And we developed later something called the Sunflower Center, because as the war goes on and the refugees continue, there are so many children who need a slice of normality, of study, of love, and their mothers who need counseling and guidance as well, because in most cases, they've had to leave their husbands and fathers behind. We've been lucky because we've had a lot of support for this project, including from the UN High Commission on Refugees. The European Union has helped sponsor, Catholic Charities has been involved. So we're very proud of that and all the chapters that have been helping. But we didn't expect to get a letter from the president, Maya Sandu, thanking us for this work. And you might think, well, that's pretty good, you must be happy. But more recently, our members, UPF members, friends in Ukraine have been calling a lot. They said, you know, what we need now is not food, not clothing. We need generators, because every night and every day our power supply is being damaged. And there are no generators to be bought in Ukraine anymore. So we mobilized some of our European chapters. We thought Poland, that's the nearest country. Maybe we can get some there. No generators in Poland. Finally, we found some in Berlin, bought as many as we could, and shipped them all the way to Ukraine, to Lviv, to Kiev. I can't show you now. We have a lovely video from some of the families in Kiev who now have enough power to do their laundry, to heat their home, and to cook food for their children. But then somebody said, you know, actually, if you live in a flat, you can't have a generator. There's nowhere for the exhaust to go. What we need is big battery supplies. So, okay, we'll try to find big battery supplies. We're not talking about a AA cell here. We're talking about a battery that costs 3,000 pounds. But when the power is on, it can store enough energy to keep a family, or many families, because many of them are living together, going for a long time. The last focus is the role of young people and our future. Earlier this year, my colleagues and I met in Germany. It was just at the very end of the COVID restrictions. In fact, on the first day of the conference, we had to all do COVID tests outside the hotel before being allowed to go in. Remember those days? No, nor do I. But it was so wonderful to be together again. Here in London, of course, we've had a lot of programs with young people during service projects, and you're going to hear about an amazing project in Birmingham that I was privileged to join as well. To conclude, many of you may not recognize this campus here. This is the headquarters of the Family Federation and the Universal Peace Federation, just out Seoul in the mountains of Korea. And it started off over here on the left with just one prefabricated hut 50 years ago. But when Father Moon saw the mountains here, he had a vision of a global peace village where people from all over the world would come, they would study together, they would worship together, be kind to each other, and from here would start a movement of peace that would spread throughout the world. Well, over the years, more and more pieces of the campus have been built. And this summer, perhaps the centerpiece, which is a temple, a chapel dedicated to God, is going to be opened during a week in which there'll be a UPF conference, youth conferences, a blessing ceremony of weddings for peace, a sports competition, and so much more. Mother Moon herself is very much involved in the progress, so almost every day she's visiting the construction site, trying to push people along, saying, you know, we got to go faster because we have to open this in May 2023. I've already invited people from all over the world. And actually, I'm here today on her behalf to invite you to join that pilgrimage. It looks beautiful, by the way. This is the building under construction. It so happens that many times it's floating on a sea of clouds. You might feel, I'm already in heaven, but don't worry, you're still alive. And this assembly, as I said, will last for about a week. Now, it's not simple to go to Korea, but it's not terribly difficult. I really hope that you will give some consideration to joining. We're organizing a pilgrimage from the UK and from Europe with between 300 to 600 people. And there are still plenty of spots open. If you haven't been to Korea before, it's an amazing opportunity. It's a beautiful country. But it's also a country divided, still, between the South and the North. Father and Mother Moon were both born in North Korea. They both came to the South as refugees during the Korean War. And it's been their lifelong wish to see their homeland united once again. But not perhaps just in a simple parochial way, but because they see it as one of the last divisions between the world of freedom and the communist world. And perhaps if Korea could be united, it might start a chain reaction of peace and reconciliation among all the nations of Asia and the world. So I just want to thank you again for your support for UPF over this year. It's been an incredible year, right? We lost our queen. We've had 3 prime ministers. And this country is in need of divine help. Absolutely. But it's also in need of your help. We might think, I don't have position or power. What was the other one? Purpose. We have purpose. And that purpose can change this nation. Thank you so much.
It's great. We need purpose. Divine purpose. Divine inspiration as well. At this time, we wanted to highlight some of the projects and activities that UPF is doing, particularly in the UK. In a sense, UPF UK is a charity. We have some projects here in the UK. We're also supporting some activity outside the UK. And we seek to expand that work. I'd like to call now to Abuja. Abuja, Nigeria, is Reverend George Ogurie. He's the UPF Secretary General for West Africa. Please correct me if I've got that wrong. But he's got an amazing project of character education and teaching character education throughout Nigeria, in every school in Nigeria. And he asked us to help, and we've been trying to help from our side here in London. So I'd like to hand over to Reverend George Ogurie. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Robin. Thank you for inviting me to this meeting. Unfortunately, I don't see the people I'm talking to. I thought I should be able to see those that I'm speaking to. I feel like I'm in a studio speaking on television. But anyhow, I greet everyone who is out there in the audience, and thank you all for inviting me. Here in Abuja, it's quite warm. Here, I know that you are in winter, but quite the opposite here. We are in a very hot weather now here in Abuja. So I bring you some warmth from Abuja. I hope you all stay warm out there. First of all, I want to thank those who have spoken. I also particularly the beautiful lady who sang a song for us, sang a beautiful song for us. Thank you very much for that. Okay, thank you also, Dr. Balcom, for your inspiring speech and invitation to go to Korea. We will do the same thing here, inviting people to go to Korea also. Right now, we are involved in what Robin has spoken about, the character education project here in Nigeria. It's a project that is very, very sorely needed here in our country, Nigeria. By the way, I'm sub-regional director for UPF in West Africa. So Nigeria is one of the countries that I coordinate activities of UPF. But particularly this country is in sore need of this character education project. So more than just going to school sporadically and making presentations, our target is to train teachers in character education, teachers who will be able to teach the students in character education. We have been doing character education now for more than 10 to 15 years. We've been doing character education. It's been just like we visit schools and then we make a one-off presentation and we leave and all that. And for us, it's seeming like scratching the problem on the surface. But if we felt that if we train teachers and give them the ownership of the content of what we have to present, then it can be more effective. So we have sought and obtained the cooperation of relevant agencies of government, especially the Federal Ministry of Education, the Universal Basic Education Board, and the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, the body that determines what is taught in schools. They are the ones that draw curriculums for schools. So we have their cooperation. and we are working together with them. Our goal is to train 4,560 teachers in character education across the country, and that's our short-term goal. And that means we want to train 120 teachers per state, and there are 36 states plus the Federal Capital Territory, that's 37. So 120 times 37 will be 4,440, and then another 120 that we shall train to be national officers. That will be 4,560. So that's our overall goal. But we have started doing the program here in Abuja at the Federal Capital Territory by selecting 10 pilot schools to run a pilot program. So recently, in the month of September, we held a training program for those 10 schools, 10 head teachers and teachers of character education from those 10 schools. And then we also invited the top directors of relevant agencies of government to participate in that training program. And it was a very important program, very interesting. Everybody was very happy and felt that it was a very timely program. So we are at the stage now that we are going to schools to train the teachers. Those teachers that we have trained become our point persons in the schools, where we go to facilitate training for other teachers within the pilot schools. So on the 30th of November, we had a program whereby we educated those 10 pilot schools, the teachers from those pilot schools, on the step-by-step action plan that we are going to be having with them in the next 3 months. So within the next 3 months, we're going to be visiting the schools and making presentations which they organize, and they will observe us make that presentations. And then they will continue with the presentations that we have taught them how to do. Also, we are educating our own in-house youth members. We are working in cooperation with the International Association of Youth and Students for Peace. So International Association of Youth and Students for Peace is like the youth arm of the Universal Peace Federation. And these are mostly young people, students, and we would like them to be hands-on, involved in actually visiting schools, making presentations together with the teachers in the schools. So we are running a training program side by side for the International Association of Youth and Students for Peace. We have 12 registered students who are participating in our character education training program right now. So that's what we are working on. This project on character education is really something that we hope to be able to push through within 2023, 2024, 2025, which will eventually culminate in the setting up of a National Institute of Character Education in Nigeria, based here in Abuja. So basically, in brief, that's what we are doing. We owe this initiative to UPF UK. Without the inspiration and the encouragement of UPF UK, we would not have been able to do as much as we have done so far. So I want to use this opportunity to thank Robin and Margaret, who have been really supporting us and speaking on our behalf to sponsors and donors for this program in the UK. And really, their support has been very, very, very invaluable. And I want to really thank them so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much for the chance to address you this afternoon. God bless you.
Thank you, George. I sent you a photograph of the audience here on WhatsApp.
I don't see.
So you can see who you're speaking to.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, I see it now. Wow, what a distinguished audience. Okay, thank you.
They're all waving to you. Thank you. So in a sense, it's a model of what can be done. And I know Mother Moon really wanted us Europeans, particularly, to help Africa. So that's one of the areas we are promoting and we're really supporting. And this character education is something which can reach to the Muslim community and the Christian community who are prominent, as well as the indigenous religious community in Nigeria. That's the essence of it. So we've been helping them to sponsor various gatherings where they could bring the top people together and to dialogue, to come together, to coalesce around this project. And they're doing great work. And he said to us, once we've pioneered it here, we can bring it to the UK. But for different countries in Africa, so we're happy to support it and continue supporting. And if you really want to help them, please let us know and we can show you how. Another area that we've been promoting that particularly Margaret has been very passionate about is working with young people, the Youth Achievement Awards, the youth service projects. And we'll be hearing also from Birmingham and from different areas of youth work. Okay, I'll hand you over to Margaret.
Thank you. Thank you. What is called, it is Young Achievers Award. This we have done for 10 years, and this was the 11th year that we did in Parliament after 3 long years of not doing it. So we're very excited that we could catch it up again, but we didn't realize what an amazing number of good people came. There were 21 people awarded, at that day, and I still think it's a dream. But I want to invite, I work with Jonathan. Jonathan is executive, what are you? Yeah, executive assistant. And he actually helped me a lot. He's my fingers and whatever. I mean, he's so organized, and I'm the opposite. I'm more artistic. And I just wanted him to share a little bit about his experience trying to learn what are the steps we have to do on this. If he doesn't want to say that, he can say what he wants. And please welcome Jonathan Hoyt, my right arm, hand, and my heart. I really like him so much. Jonathan has 3 minutes.
I will keep to my 3 minutes. Everyone, thank you for coming. Very grateful you could come today to the Peace Council. Thank you so much. I've been working with Universal Peace Federation on and off for a few years now, and I recently rejoined this summer to support Margaret and Robin in their work here in the UK. And yeah, it's been very much a very strong and deep learning experience. And Margaret and Robin have a very deep passion and enthusiasm for what they do. And especially Margaret, I think if you put 1,000 people in front of her, she'd still keep walking forwards to get what she wants done. So, and it's 100%. I feel it's 100% came out and was shown very clearly during the efforts to organize and manage the Young Achiever Award for this year. As Margaret mentioned, it's the first year we had it since 2019. Because of COVID, we couldn't do, no one was doing anything, no events at all, really. But we took a break, we came back this year to have it, and to get going with it. We found that many of our guests, friends, contacts, some here in the room, were able to nominate some very bright, very promising young people for the Young Achiever Award, which we do to celebrate and commemorate them, their efforts, and what they've done to make their society or even the country a better place. We have one young achiever in the audience here, Figel. She received as well this year. So she will also be sharing her experience.
Hi everyone. The whole day and event was a dream. It's amazing to meet so many like-minded, promising young people who have a vision to make the world a much more better place and a more peaceful place for us all to live in. But there were some stories that I remember, some of the young achievers that they shared in the evening, that I was in awe with, the fact that they experienced so much hardship, and they managed to use that hardship and channel that energy into making something a much more better place. And that was something that I would never forget, and that was the biggest takeaway from me, and I think it's a takeaway from everyone today, is that we could all use the hardships that we experience and go through in life to use that, and to use that energy to make better solutions and to come together and work together to make the world a much better place for us all. So, thank you.
I would like to invite a wise man. His name is David Earl. I adore him and his wife. I think he was there, and they brought from Birmingham 3 people, I think, and he wants to share a little bit about this area, his experience, showing these 21 people, and then he will go on to the very special project that Mike was referring to, and that's also for you. And afterwards, I will talk a little bit with another young man about what we did in London. Thank you.
Does anybody know what that is? Anybody know what a murmuration is?
It's what?
A murmuration. When starlings fly just at sunset before they go down to roost. And somebody captured that image. I thought that was quite nice. It's almost like a peace dove, right? You just have to excuse me a little bit under the weather. I'll just do my best here. So that's what it looks like, what you just had described to you. So there were 21 young whippersnappers who've been doing all kinds of amazing things. And it was hosted by Sean Bailey. He's one of the youngest MPs in the country. Dean Russell next to him, Keith over on the right, Robin and Margaret, and all the Youth Achievement Awards winners. So you can imagine the energy and the power in the room. And the MPs often say that it's one of the highlights of their year. You can imagine, that's true, isn't it? To have a young person come in from their constituency, be able to give them an award, hear from them for 2 or 3 minutes what they've been up to. It's really amazing. But so many of them this time, making up for lost time over the last 3 or 4 years. Quite incredible. Everybody leaves feeling uplifted, including the members of Parliament. So that's what it looks like. That's the end product of this little story. I'll just tell you briefly. And our work with UPF is quite varied and intertwined, as you've seen, with our interfaith activities. And so I'll go down to street level, and then we'll finish back at top level, government level there. But bringing people together and focusing on our common values and focusing on the public good, which when we do that in our conferences, in our meetings, in our projects, that's the kind of magical ingredient which allows us to transcend our differences and move forward together. That's my experience over many years, particularly with young people. It's a formula. As long as you keep your focus on the public good and don't get into, fighting, factional fighting and so on. It's not easy, but it's a formula that works, especially with young people. So in our case, our project was in a place called Small Heath in Birmingham, a very intense area, as Councillor Mohammed Idris will tell you if you talk to him. That's where we decided to try and make a little green space and have young people create a peace garden. That involved 6 months of preparation. It was hard work, not easy, because my wife and I are getting on in years, and to connect to young people on social media is not quite our area of expertise. But anyway, we managed to get 12 young men and 12 young women involved. We spoke in I don't know how many mosques to hundreds and hundreds of people. As well as on the street, we like to visit people, our Muslim friends, close friends during Ramadan, and we explain to everybody as we did that. We take a little something for them to break their fast for their iftar, and at the same time we publicize the project. And the project was held next to a secondary school, a very nice girls' school. I'll just have a slide about this later on, if you remember Eden Girls Secondary Academy. The eco park where we did our peace garden is down the drive of the school, and you turn right. So it's right next to the school, on a separate piece of land, but next to this girls' school that we built a relationship with. And the basic aim was to make a jungle into a peace garden. And we started the process. That's what it looked like in the beginning. Bamboo, 2 meters high and very overgrown. So first of all, the 12 young men came together for 3 days, including Kishan, who'll just share with you for a couple of minutes in a moment. Get to know each other, but really get to know each other, not just around the table, but by getting your hands dirty and working together. And also getting to know the staff of the eco park there. So they started to clear out the jungle and from scratch make a wooden fence. Not quite as simple as it might seem. That's Kishan there in the light t-shirt. But that just gives you a flavor of what it's like working together. And then the following week, for 3 days, 12 young women came from diverse backgrounds, quite a few from the local area, Muslim, Christian, Sikh, different faith backgrounds. And they continued the work and leveling the ground and making a flower bed over there that will grow flowers that will then seeds will be sent out all over Birmingham to other green spaces. So it'll have a multiplying effect. We brought in a number of prominent people from the local community to talk to in this case, the young girls. Nadia, Nadia's here. She'll be talking to you a little bit later on. She's the faith lead in the Police Crime Commissioner's Office on Violence Reduction, a couple of city councillors. And it's nice to connect, in the city case, top and bottom, the decision makers and so on, with the young people and what they're doing. And it inspires both. The young people get inspired to have people like Nadia coming in and talking to them. And I think they get inspired by seeing the young people working together. It's a kind of a win-win situation. At the end of the 3 days, we present certificates to the young women on the left, the young men on the right, something they can take away with them. And the certificate had on it the National Lotteries Community Fund and the Grimmett Trust. Those were two of the funding bodies who helped us, gave us about £7,500 to do the work. And finally, some outcomes, as well as the Peace Garden getting off the ground and the young people getting inspired. We built a relationship with the school that you saw earlier. The head teacher, who's seated on the left of the right-hand photograph, she's originally from South Africa. She asked me if I'd like to be a faith governor on the school board. Wow. So I said, okay, went through a vetting process. But also they had their GCSE awards a couple of weeks ago, and they invited Patricia to come and actually present the awards to some of the young ladies who'd done incredibly well. They went from way down to about 4th in the country, I think, in terms of grades. So it's amazing. But anyway, the main thing is to connect with the school, and we want to try and take some of the young people who took part in the project into the school as role models and other schools and empower the young people who are, teenagers with what you can do through working for the public good. And then, full circle, then we brought 2 of the participants from the project, along with another young lady, to the event that Robin and Margaret had organised in Parliament, the Youth Awards that you saw earlier. That's Mohammed. He's from a project called Dream Chasers. He does all kinds of things as well as taking part in our project. So it's connecting the top and the bottom, empowering and inspiring everybody in the process. So that's what I like about UPF, this kind of dynamism coming together, keeping our focus on the public good and doing something good. And that's another murmuration, just to conclude. I'll invite Kishan now just to share for 2 minutes about his experience on the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Hello, lovely to meet you all. I was invited to share about my experience a couple of weeks ago during one of the interfaith events that we held in Birmingham. Obviously, with religious freedom and interfaith being quite a key pillar with the UPF, it's a huge honor to be invited to share my experience on this platform. This is my first meeting as well with the UPF, so I met a number of people already. Margaret, met you for the first time a few weeks ago, but I'd like to get to know a number of you as well over today. The event itself, obviously, David alluded to 12 young lads coming together. Some of us had already started our professional careers, like myself. Others had literally just started secondary school. So quite varying levels of experience with the guys who all came in, but none of it really mattered by the time we actually got stuck in. You'd have seen from some of the pictures, it pretty much was just marsh and a lot of shrub, but then we eventually got some fencing put up. We also got a bench actually put together, but none of this was with any real sophisticated machinery. It was really hand tools and literally working with a fresh cut bark of, a log from a tree. So really having to strip all the bark and actually cut it all into shape and then put it into the ground. It really was a lot harder than it probably seemed to be. But the fence that we actually got up in that picture genuinely was the product of about 3 days worth of work, which I know to the professional probably would take about an evening to put together, really. But it was a fantastic experience. The 12 of us that were doing it together genuinely had not met before, but really got stuck in and felt like comrades at by the end of it. Not only that, when the sort of day activities concluded, we still had evening workshops as well. Some of those topics centered around youths in society today and the different challenges that youths would be experiencing, particularly within Birmingham as well. It is a very interfaith society, but we've been fortunate that we haven't had much troubles between interfaiths, but we have heard obviously stories in recent months about some troubles in other cities, but we have been raising awareness of those kind of topics in these workshops. And another one of those topics was also trying to delve into what does it mean to be a leader today. And that was also when I met Dr. Mike, who joined us for that workshop as well. So a really well-encompassed, rewarding experience. Definitely would want to take part in more youth activities like that in the future. And if anyone wants to speak to me, I know there's not as many youths in the room, but if there are people representing youth who'd want to get involved in things like this, do come to me and I can chat. Yeah, thank you.
Oh my God. Like a yo-yo. In London Philip, can you come? In London we've had a few events that is trying to bring people together and to actually find within the people that we're bringing together some leaders to be able to help us do the bigger projects. But interestingly enough, I have a friend here. This is one of the pictures, but I have a friend here, a young man called Philip Akeli. And he's very close to me. He's always helped me whenever I wanted to. And he came not only to our 2 events, but he also went one day to Birmingham, which is amazing, isn't it? Please come and say your. And we actually, to conclude, we actually want to do a very major, good program, and we are still looking for you lot.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Yeah, ever since I befriended Auntie Margaret, she's always been dear to me. Yeah, one time we met at church, and she's always been encouraging new and young people to take part in the UPF. And yeah, I've decided to really get more involved. This past summer, we had a chance to be at the roof garden in Battersea. We did some soil digging. We did some vegetable seeds planting and watering. It was a really rewarding experience. Yeah, me and my brother and some of the other brothers and sisters from London South. And also I had a chance to, this was at Storm facility in Battersea. Yeah, Marie Hansen, MBE or DBE. Yeah, MBE. Yeah, it's really nice. It's open to the public, and you can just go visit there anytime you want. It's a huge. And there's some buildings around. All the neighbors watching. Also, one time I had a chance to visit Birmingham up north. It's a 3-hour drive nearly, but it was really fulfilling and really rewarding. I met Krishna. I was there the second day, but yeah, it was really inspiring, and I can't wait to be there soon. Yeah. What else? I think that's it. Oh yeah, inspiring, especially for some of the participants. They went the second time, and they said, "Oh, this is a huge family. We've not known each other before, but we feel very close to one another." Yeah.
So we wanted to show you different areas, different projects that we are doing. And particularly in Birmingham, I know there's further work to be done to develop their Peace Garden. In London, we want to have a bigger project where we can experiment and scale up. And this will be we hope, an annual flow whereby we can do projects with young people and then also celebrate them in Parliament and help them also with Ambassadors for Peace as mentors, help them to exercise the skills that they inherit through their experience in their local area. Also, we want to help the character education program, and we want to develop other areas. We need your support as members of UPF to become regular contributors and supporters, but also to help with this character education and other projects directly. And I'm going to invite Sheikh Ramzi. Sheikh Hojab Ramzi is a former trustee, but a long-term friend who's often graced this stage to do an auction. We've got a few things here we would like to put before you, and if you can support, we would be very grateful. Mm-hmm.
I would like to know, by hands up, how many people were inspired with the Young People's Award things? All of you. Yeah. And if you want to help, there is really great hope, that these young people can become. Look, I can tell you, I know 3 young people, just off my head, that have become big people. One of them is Nathan. The other one is Matteo Bergamini. He got the award 6 years ago, And he sent us 4 people from his organization. He has an organization now. He's a big man, you know. Those young people could become, and then they can still have that spirit that want to help others. That's what we want to do. So if you believe in that, please put your hand down in your pocket. It could be, you can pay later, but please, let's give us some hope that we can have a bit of money.
Okay, good. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Yes. Leave these to the fundraiser. Of course, I have been. God bless you. I greet you with the Islamic greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm a sheikh, but I do the fundraising as well for the Muslim and others. I shouldn't talk about myself, but I raise at least 20 million, 30 million, maybe more in time, my time in TVs and everything. Jazakallah khair. For the all poor people, everyone. Now, what we have here, of course, we had our Keith, which was supposed to come and started, but I'm sure Margaret did. We are here, we have, as the Margaret says, as the Robin says, as the Keith says, we need money. These are very important because this organization does a lot. Universal Peace Federation does a lot of work. Lots of work with you heard that Michael was saying Ukraine, multi-millions gone there. Ukraine, we're doing for Bangladesh, we're doing for the Iraq, we're doing for the Yemen, we're doing for many organizations. Again, we're educating many. At the moment, we have I believe in Afghanistan, we have several schools. They need money. We have a youth work here. We have a protecting the woman. We have a humanitarian. We have everything. Universal Peace Federation does a lot, and in need brothers and sisters like you to help. If it's not, we cannot do a lot. Therefore, I plead to you, my brothers and sisters, I would like to say, of course, when I was talking to Robin said, can we raise a few thousand? I said, yes, why not? We can. We can raise it because the people at the moment, the time is a time of Christmas for the Christians, which they time of the giving, all they giving. The time of the Jews, which they giving. For example, I had one friend. He's head of the one of the executive members of United Nations, a rabbi. He's invited me actually tomorrow in somewhere in the New York, which I said can't do it. However, he said, poor people are poor, and he prays for all. He said, by the grace of God, I want to see the time which every pot have one chicken. Every pot have one chicken. That families, because many families goes with nothing. Many families, if you look. And we are collecting here. We are charity organization, honored. Charity organization be collecting. Therefore, the main thing is when I was coming here, they said everyone, one of the key member of here said everyone should be member here. Everyone should be member. It's £10 a month, and it helps us a lot. Help us all the expenses and all the people which we need to help. The youth, especially the battered people, the refugees. We have many refugees. Therefore, these are the things which we want to do. And of course, I would like today. We said, Robin, let's get the £2,000. See if we can get it by the grace of Almighty God. And of course, I have some items, beautiful items, antiques, very valuable to auction. But these are as a gift we give you. It's not a hello, I got it too much or I got it too less. You know, it's a gift. You pay and you try taking some gift. You know, these are keeping it as a gift. For example, some time ago, it was a ticket which I bought it for £5,000 was for 500 because they said, oh wow. I said, well, I'm giving a gift, and something come back. Therefore, think about it like this, please. And each one of you, I would like to see. My assistant is here. He's very busy now. The assistant, he's coming to you. I would like everybody at the minimum. Of course, I want to see in here. Anybody wanted to say, no, I shall do it. Allow me to do it to see if we can get someone. Okay? Anybody can donate £2,000. Well, it's nothing. You believe me, it's nothing. It's nothing. £2,000 is nothing. Yesterday I was in somewhere. Of course, we raised £53,000 for the Uyghurs in China, and for the Ukraine in the cathedral, 150,000 I raised there. 150,000. The people pays. The people pays. We are all, God bless you all, we are all rich enough. However, is anybody there for 500? Michael, 500. Put your hand together for Michael. God bless you. Can you write to Michael down, please? And now we're coming to look at the Michael. One thing I tell you, somebody was phoning me, said, if you get a 2,000, Sheikh, if you get a 2,000, I may match it, that 2,000 for you. That means let's raise the £2,000 and see if we can do it or not. Do you understand what I'm saying? Maybe he double it. He said, I may double it. He didn't promise. He said, he's a rich man. And I said, I'm good doing the fundraising. If he said, if you get the 2,000, we do it. Now, anybody for it? 200? 200? 200, bring your hand up. 200, sister, can you see this, sister? 200, 200. Yes. Yes, yes. What's your name, please? My dear sister, what's your name, please? Put your hand together for her. God bless her. God bless your soul. God bless your soul. Hallelujah. Now, we got 200, 200, 200, 100. 100 is nothing. 100, we got one. Can you write it? 100, we got Ali. Yes, where is that? Can you write it down, please? No, it have to be written down, please. Yeah, 100, because it's very important. Just give him the paper, please, to write it down. Here you are. Just stand up and put it. One sister in behind as well. 100. Please just write your name, your telephone number, and your email, and we come to you. They will phone you. 100. 100. Can you see 100 here? Name? Yes. Margaret. Here, please. Here you are. The pen and paper. Pen and paper. 100. This ladies. What's your name, please? Bernie. Bernie. Put your hand together for Bernie. And put your hand together for two ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. God bless you all. Put your hand together for my sister. What's your name, sister? Yasmin. Put your hand together for Yasmin. Yes, yes. Put your hand together for. Yes, yes. Can you write this one down all? Okay, write this one's two. Or write name, telephone number, and everything, because we want to do it and we want to see how much raising. Another 100. If you give me 3 more 100, I'll bring it down. Here you are, David. David. Robin, can you do this? You have to write it down. We have to be quick. David, please write it down. And the sister. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. Did you write it down? Name, address, everything? You want some more? 100. 100. And anybody else has? Our gentleman next to you is looking at me. God bless you. Hello. He's trying to ignore me. What's your name, please? What's your name? I don't want anything. What's your name, please, my friend? God. And the lady behind. Yes. Here. Look. Oh, yeah. God bless you. And 1 more 100. 1 more 100. I said 1 more 300. I said get 1 more 100. 100 more. 100 more. Yes. 100 more. What's your name? Val. Put your hand together for Val. Excellent. See, I told you, everybody can help. It is very, very important. We helping a good cause. We helping a poor people. We helping an organization which heart is for that. Heart is for the helping the people. Universal Peace Federation. The heart is there. Everybody working for it. 10, 15 years. I'm here, maybe more. I work free. I work free. I come from, I shouldn't say I come from Oxford. I have to pay £50 for my car to come in. It's so much of a congestion charges and that brother gets in. Okay? Now, £100. £100 for the brother. Hey, brother Coca, stand up. Stand up, brother Coca. MashaAllah, 100 brother Coca. Just write all down, please. That's all right. Yes, we said. Just let me do it. Yes, Jazakallah. That's all right. Let's get it. Let's do our job. And I come to you, my brother. God bless you. God bless you. Two more. I said 2 more 100. 100 is nothing. It's nothing. Really nothing. It's just. Yes. Yes. Lance. Can you go to Lance, please? 100. And 2. Another sister as well. I can't remember. 100. Yes. Please. Can you give? Margaret, give these ones to them. It's very important, everybody be involved. We are part of the family. Did you give? Yeah, thank you. We are family. And please write down best we can. Phone you, and after that, of course, write your name and everything else. One more I'm going. One more. She's very hard. One more. He's our friend. God bless you. What's your name, my friend? Mark. Put your hand together for Mark. Excellent. How much we got? If it's a 2,000, we get the 2,000, they're 4,000. Remember? And yes, now we come to £50. £50 is nothing, I'm sure. Here you are, Margaret, 50. Yes, can you get this one? Write it down. Margaret, no, you have to write it down. Write it down, please. We want to check it. So how much money is there? Yes. What's your name, my brother? Muhammad Idris. MashaAllah. Put your hand together, Muhammad Idris. MashaAllah. God bless you. Yes. Is it 50 or 100? You said, Muhammad. 50. God bless you. 50. And 50 here. 50. Look at me. Please look at 50 is nothing really. 50 is nothing. It's a time for a generosity. If the Jesus was here, if the Muhammad was here, if the Moses was here, you loved him and they give him. It's the same. It's a time for the caring for the people. Therefore, 50. Anybody for 50s? 50s. Where you been, Ali? Ali went to the half an hour. Never mind. Gone. Now we're coming for the. I would like to see everyone. When you're going from here, I'm going to start, pay £20, just £20 cash or whatever on the side, and it goes. I put my hat there or whatever. You put it in there, and it goes. It's very important. All our family be together. Together we help. God bless you. Now, what we have, ladies and gentlemen, here you are. You come. Look, come, give it to me, those ones. All done? Okay. Now, what we have, you take it forward.
Where's mine?
You take it forward. This is a Wedgwood. That's all right. It's just a little bit shorter.
You gave 500.
Who?
Mike gave 500.
Mike, yes. You know.
Let him choose.
No. That's a different. Please. Let me just do the job. What we have, can you take it forward, please? Take it forward. It's a beautiful jar. It has been presented by Robin's family. Put your hand for Robin's family together. Robin's family. We have few of these jars. Wedgwood, they are collecting items. Maybe they are 100 and something years old. God knows. Again, collecting items. I start with £50. I said £50 is nothing. It may worth more than that. I have not. That's all right. Just please. Let me just do it. I think my assistant wants to give something to someone, but please, I shall do it. Okay. Anyone? We start with £20. How is the £20? How is the £20 good? Take it forward. How is the £20? 20. If it's that, it worth more than that. It worth more than that. 20. Anyone? Okay. Shall we start with 10? 10?
No, that's
Congo, Mother Congo. You are there. Yeah, come on. Mother Congo. She's one of the best. Yes, of course. Everyone should contribute because it's a very important time. It's a time of the joy and time of helping the people in need. The second one, bring it here, of course. The second one is a beautiful jar. Again, is a Wedgwood. Again, is a Wedgwood. Take it around, which you can see it. Can you see it? These are items which were collectible item. Somebody give me a prize. Collecting items. Somebody give me a prize, please. Someone give me a prize. Somebody give me a prize. They prized it 100, I think it's 100 pounds. They prized it 100 pounds. Somebody give me a prize. I want to give it free. Somebody give me a prize. It's free for you, just someone. It's beautiful. Anyone? 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 Bring it back, please. The third one, it is the beautiful jar. Now, look at that. Look at that. It's all the, I don't know, I shouldn't say, all the sheikh, I'm sheikh, all the lovers around there, or whatever. It is beautiful. It's beautiful. Can you take it back and forward? Everybody's seen it. That was 150 pounds. I start with the 50. I start with 50. 50, 50. Anyone? Anyone for 50? Anyone for 50? Anyone for 50? Yes, no, that's a different. Anyone for 50? 50, 50. 50, 30, 30, 30. Anyone for 30? 30, here you are, Ali. Put your hand together for Ali, 30. We'll write his name and if you cash or whatever. Just give it to him. Give it to him, that's all right. We get it from him. It's Ali. And we have a beautiful jar. Did you say 50? 30. 30 be all right.
That goes with it.
And a beautiful jar. Beautiful, we sell different item. Mohammed is here. Would you like to start with a 10? 10 is a nothing. 10, 15, 20. You got 10, you got 15, 20, or 20. 20, it's worth it. 20. Look at me, please. 20.
It goes together.
No, that's right. Margaret, come and stand here. Margaret, come and stand here. Let the sheikh do his job. 20, 15 for our friends. Come. Write down 15, 1 point. Shall we get the 20? How is that? What's her name? Akhtar, shall we get 20? Okay. 20 for, put your hand together for Akhtar. Excellent. It all goes for a good cause.
She's a good foundation.
It's all good for a good cause. We have, bring it this one and put it here. Put it back, put it here, please. We have the beautiful things here. I think is a what's this called? Long silver. Is there something else is in there? Bring it up, put it here. Long John Silver, beautiful, it's very antique, very collectible. Collectible. David, you said 20 pounds, otherwise I'll give it to you. David, would you like for 20 pounds, David? No, David doesn't. Would you like for 20 pounds? 20, as I said, you give a gift. It's a gift you're giving. It's not as what you get and you say, oh, what shall I do with it? It's a gift. 20 pounds, 20 pounds, 20 pounds. 20 pounds, and for you going for 20 pounds. Well, you have to do something today. I know he done it. You have to do something today. Cost for him for a 10 pound. Cost for it. Yes. Okay.
Wasn't there another one?
This is too small. I don't think they go. Yes.
These two together. Look.
Yes, it's come together too. That's 20 pound. 20 pound. Can you write it? Things, please. Give it to. 20 pound. We have from there. Of course, I've got some special thing which I give you all. At the moment, we have what's this called? I can't remember. Thermometer or something. Thermometer. These are antique collectors. I'm sure if there were collector here, they put a price on it. If it's not they take it back because it's worth more. We are started with £100. Here, take it forward. Take it forward. £100. Can you please write all down, which we know how much we got, It's very important otherwise. Yes, take it forward, take it forward, take it forward, and bring it back. Anybody, we start with the 1,000? Okay, here you are. Look at that. I mean, 1,000. We start with the, we got a reserve price on it. Is it reserve price on it there? Reserved price? We start with the 50. Is a reserve price on it, and I tell you if it's worth or not. 50. On the back, 50 for the, we got it 70. 50. No, 51 we got it. So it goes 70. 70 is still worth it. It's still worth it. 70 for you. 70, yes. 70, how much? 90, 80 gone. 80, 81, 82, and gone for the ladies. Yes. Put your hand together for this. Yes. Write the name down, please. £80. Write the name, £80, please. Did you write it? I need to collect how much money we got, because 2,000 we get there. Now it's coming my turn. Is that these are the Sheikh gift. It is a beautiful, it's all new. Beautiful, what's this called? A ladies handbag. And from the Australia, has been Australia, he gave him to me by one of the minister from Australia, when she came here, top minister of Australia, and he gave is a leather, a special leather. Can you come in here and take it? Can you take it forward around to the people? Let them see it. It's brand new. It's good to give a gift. Has been written down. Can you look, please? Thank you. That's one. Yes, that's a start with 20. A start with 20 is worse if it was, I don't know, 100, 150, something like this. A start with 20. 20. Everybody's okay? God bless you all. Put your hand together for yourself. Take it forward. Yeah. 20. Can be. Margaret, can you go take forward, please? Otherwise, it's no time. Okay? Is a leather from Australia has been signed. From Australia has been signed with the whatever. I'm not very sure. It's a kangaroos, maybe, whatever. It's got it there. Okay? 20. Anyone 20? 20 is here for the sister. What's your name? Aini. Aini, can you give it to Aini? I give it 20 for Aini. She's a lovely lady. Eileen. 20 here of that for you. It's worth, just get the money. Yes. And another one we got here. Thank you. And another one we got here. Look, is a cufflink. It's a beautiful cufflink. All are brand new. All are brand new. Beautiful cufflink. Worth 50. I paid it 50 something for it myself, but I don't wear a cufflink anymore. Sheikh getting old. When you get an old on a cufflink. Now, have a look. Yes. Anyone for a cufflink? Cufflink. £10. 10. 50 was worth £10. It worth it. £10 is nothing for you. Cufflink. £10 gone. £10 gone. Just write it down. Get the £10 money. Get the £10 cash.
What do you mean?
It's a £10 is gone. Yeah.
I thought you asking.
That £10 for the thing's gone. Okay. Now what we have here, I tell you, is a beautiful candle holder, brand new. About 15 years ago, 20 years ago, I bought it £25. It's been written down here. Okay. It's written at 20, and it's a beautiful thing that you have. It's brand new. I just left it in the cupboard, and I said I bring it to people to give it. I start with 20. £25 is underneath. It's a brand new. You can give a gift. Have a look. Take it forward. Write all down and get the money, please. Okay. And the last, yes. 3 minutes more. Yes, that goes for 20. 20, yes. 25. Thank you. 25. 20 gone, 20 gone. Let it go to the Muhammad. Muhammad, go to Muhammad. Remember to pay. Just write to Muhammad as well. And we got a beautiful. Four. Yeah, Muhammad. And we got a beautiful miniature. I bought it from Palestine myself. I bought it from Palestine, but of course I bought so many things to give it people. And it started is beautifully handmade, beautifully done. And anyone wanted, it started with £10. £10. It is from Palestine. £10. £10 for sister. Margaret, can you write £10 for sister? Here, take it and get it. Get the money. Now, the last thing which I give you is a finale. £10. Can you get the money? Make sure you write it all down. Otherwise, I'm just wasting my time here. It is a finale. It is, listen, it is a Banksy. Somewhere has been written down a Banksy, and of course it's costed me. I'm sure you agree with me. Costed worth £1 million. Okay, have a look. Ready? Is it worth £1 million or not? It is a Banksy. Somewhere writing down Banksy. It is of course a stencil. A stencil. This is from the Sheikh. Is a original. We have of course we have a few hundred around the countries. They like to know. Take it forward. He says the top. What he says. He says with God all things are possible. That's and blessing everybody. This is going to be your blessing. Your blessing of the time. When you look at it, don't look at the Sheikh, but you look at what he says. With God, all things are possible. And I start with, it was more than 10, I started with 10. 10, come on. It's a Sheikh. 10. For 10? 10. 15. 15? Tally. 15, don't bring your hand up, otherwise, no. 10, 15, 15, anyone? Anyone 15? 10 gone for the, yeah. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for our help. We will tell you how much it costs. And you remember, can you write it down for the... You don't. Margaret, did you write it down all? God bless you. Thank you very much. How much we raised? I think we raised well over 1,000. But if somebody says it raised 2,000, 2,000 more coming from other side for that. This is a very important. So put it other side. Turn it. Everybody seeing it. Put it on the top. Yes, of course, it's the shade. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everybody like it. Everybody it has been in the TV as well. South TV. The people like it to get it where I'm putting it because the message is great. Thank you very much. Put your hand together for yourself. God bless you all, and thank you. Somebody bought that. Muhammad bought that. Muhammad.
We have one. Actually, you want me to describe. So ACTA is in charge of a raffle. The raffle won't be called today. It will be called in January at our first event on January 17th. But it involves, I think, one is it's a free afternoon golf it's north of Watford for four people. And
come on.
Another is a free meal.
Yeah.
A free meal.
They have managed to get a lot of very good prices, not as expensive of what Dr. Ravi said. We got a ticket or invitation for 4 people, for family of 4 in the restaurant, for food and welcoming drink when we arrive. And we also have got a round of golf for 4 people again, as Robin has mentioned. and we got a gift voucher of £50 for Marks and Spencer's. And we also got a lot of bottle of wines and champagne, addition to that. Now, what I'm trying to say is, it's not going to cost you that much. You pay £2 for one ticket and £5 for the street of 5 to increase your chance of winning. And believe me, as they put it, we need money for all these projects that is going on, and it is really important to make sure we have the time to be doing that. So I will be sitting outside with the tickets in my hand, so you can come to me and please buy the ticket, and please be generous, because we really could do with
£10 ticket, you said?
Actually, I would like to introduce
We tried to do it
actor.
for Christmas, but unfortunately, because of the timing and so much going on at Christmas, we thought it would be a good gift for New Year. So the raffle is going to be drawn on 30th of December.
On the 17th of January, I think. But can I introduce actor Donata? She's our new UPF UK trustee. She just joined our trustee board, and she's really going to help us with fundraising. She's also very much involved with 5 different charities, particularly Rotary, and she's an expert in fundraising.
Please be generous and please don't miss me, and make sure you get your ticket. I mean, as little as £2, it wouldn't break you.
So just before we have a break, we're going to do one Ambassador for Peace, or 2 Ambassador for Peace awards, aren't we? Margaret, you just mentioned. Please come up and introduce Margaret, and then I will get.
Okay, we give Ambassador of Peace Award to people who really go beyond themselves, beyond their family, to really help others. And in this room, probably there are lots of ambassadors for peace, but we want to increase our ambassadors for peace numbers. I don't know where Robin's gone. It's a bit short. Thank you. So I think I will invite Bernie as the first one, and also her husband will follow. Bernie has done a lot of things, as you heard, and also she is doing many other things coming up. Robin, can I have everything? No. It's just that if her children wants to leave, I want them to see it. Okay. Thank you. So Bernie, your life is open, and you're doing so much goodness. And what I would do, you could look at that, yes. and you can take a photo. Robin, or what Ambassador for Peace? You're Ambassador for Peace. Come.
I'm going to introduce an Ambassador for Peace.
No, I mean, I just want. Yeah, you should come.
Well, I'm supposed to inform.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
I would read quickly. The Universal Peace Federation acknowledges as Ambassador for Peace these individuals whose lives exemplify the ideal of living for the sake of others and who dedicate themselves to practices which promote universal moral values, a strong family life, interreligious cooperation, international harmony, renewal of the United Nations, a responsible public media, and the establishment of the culture of peace.
Amen.
And the next person is her husband, who's doing so much himself, Mark Davies. We can do it together as well.
Yeah, together? Awesome.
You can do one alone.
Yeah. I'll do it.
There we go. Yeah, you'll be here, darling.
Sure.
Because I was looking for you.
No, I'm here too.
Okay. Now let's do the rest for you.
Could you be in the middle? So we can have a nice photo. Thank you.
You can also be in the middle, I'll tell you later. Okay. This is our nice couple. What about what's his name?
So next I would like to
Let's
invite
finish it.
Yes. I'd like to invite
God bless.
Yes.
Sure.
Well, you can become rich as well.
I'd like to invite Mr. Mahendra Negi.
Mahindra. Let me get another one. Yeah.
So,
Thank you very much.
thank you. And,
Why don't you? You come up here. Oh, sorry, I'm here.
thank you so much.
Sorry,
Thank you for your support. And yes,
Put your hand together.
Okay,
Actually,
we
we've
invite.
known Ms. Mahendra Negi for so many years, actually.
Yeah.
It's like 20 years.
He's done lots of
And
good.
you've just been doing volunteer work in campaigning in Rwanda, haven't you, for human rights for one particular victim.
Mm.
So you do great work, and we look forward to working together.
Let's invite
Thank you.
Kokar.
Next,
Mr. Kokar is inviting Robin. Come.
Let me do it. So I'd like to invite out Mohammed Abid Hussein Javed.
Yoo-hoo. Come on, Papa.
And
He's a journalist.
A journalist, yes.
And he's done lots of good stuff.
Doing a lot of work for the community anyway. The whole family is doing a lot of work.
Put your hands together.
so Mohammed was nominated by Mr. Koka, and I think he's a journalist who's been really standing up for righteousness as a journalist.
No, but put the diploma that we can see.
Yes, stay with the Robert.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Patricia, could you?
Okay.
Get one for good luck.
Find your fingers.
Put your hands
Great.
together.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to.
No.
What?
No, Nadia is going to speak. Because he's on.
Okay. So we finished with photographs?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Margaret, could you come up?
We have an exceptionally inspiring young lady who's actually the lead for. Can we not talk now? Hello, everyone. I'm just inviting somebody to speak. There's an exceptionally inspiring lady to speak, and because we have too many things to do, Akhtar and Aurangzeb, somebody's going to work now. I would like to invite Nadia. I've heard so much about her. She's from Birmingham, but she also works with the police. Is that right? And come, why don't you say, Patricia? You know everything. Introduce her. Nadia, please come.
Yeah, sorry about that. So Nadia is, David, can you, because I'm always get confused, is the phase lead of the elimination of violence unit in the Police High Commissioner Office. Oh, I'm so sorry, Nadia, because there's not so many people left. Yeah, anyway. She's I think she's really somebody really special here from Birmingham. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Assalamu alaikum all. Hi, greetings to all. Thank you for joining us today. And just wanted to say first and foremost, the amazing and phenomenal work that's taking place. And there is absolutely no doubt that the work that we're doing here at the Office of the Police Crime Commissioner is absolutely building work on the shoulders of giants, which is each and every one of you and the amazing work that you do. So, my name's Nadia Hussein. I'm from the Office of Police Crime Commissioner. Not to get it confused with Nadia Hussein from Bake Off. She bakes cakes, I just eat cakes. So just a bit of a background. I'm the strategic lead at the Office of the Police Crime Commissioner for education, faith, youth and communities. So quite a title. So the Violence Reduction Partnership is actually a task force that's part of the Police Crime Commissioner's Office. And we have over 20 violence reduction units across the UK. These have been commissioned by the Home Office, and these are essentially to reduce incidents of youth violence, knife crime, exploitation that are sadly applied within our community and are absolutely killing our children and destroying our communities. And what the Violence Reduction Unit really seeks to do is to utilise public health approaches in reducing violence and knife crime and exploitation, because, look, we're not going to arrest our way out of this. And this has got to be a whole system approach in terms of how we tackle these issues. Violence reduction is absolutely everybody's priority, and it should be on everybody's agenda. So public health approaches, just to describe, in an absolute nutshell, it's about using a two-pronged approach. Firstly, pulling people out of the river, and then going upstream and looking at the causes as to why this is taking place. And that's really our approach. And as we go upstream, it's about working with statutory partners, community partners as well, and looking at where, through policy and structure, etc., violence is exacerbated and vulnerability is exacerbated. So in terms of some of the work streams that we have, we're actually a group of subject matter experts that have come together. So, our focus is on education that I lead on, place-based, health, criminal justice, sports, exploitation, data and evaluation, and faith and communities. So just to give an example of some of the work that we do in education. So in a past life, I was actually a teacher. I was also an educational psychologist. My academic specialism is social and emotional behavioural development. I've also been a head of behaviour and safeguarding as well, worked in numerous spaces and places in education, where young people are impacted by vulnerability. And one of the real bees in my hijab are school exclusions. And really understanding, what school exclusions do to young people, what they actually do to the trajectory of our children's lives, and how they actually create a pipeline to criminality. So if we go further downstream and we look at the criminal justice system, young people under the age of 18 that are a part of the criminal justice system, if we look at their data and we look back, they've actually all been excluded from schools or have been part of a pupil referral unit of some type and have social, emotional, mental health issues and have special educational needs and disabilities as well. And if we look further upstream at the data and we look at the types of children that we exclude, again, the data tells us from the Timson review to various other reviews and reports out there that these are actually young people that are free school meals, again, indicating vulnerability. These are young people, again, that have social, emotional, mental health issues. These are young people that have undiagnosed needs as well. So essentially, within the education system that holds a massive seat at the table, we're talking about 30 hours a week here. Instead of helping these young people and supporting these young people, we are exacerbating that vulnerability and we're being punitive. So our most vulnerable children in society, we are sending them down that fast track pipeline of criminality. So what can education do? 30 hours a week, we hold a massive stake at the table, and some of these young people actually come from families and communities where crime, violence and vulnerability is intergenerational. And what can we do as professionals, as practitioners? How can we have more of a trauma-informed approach? How can we better understand adverse childhood experiences, especially in some of our inner city communities? So a lot of that work, we're absolutely doing on the ground in terms of, working directly with schools, working with heads as well. But my role, the strategic role, involves working directly with Ofsted, with DFE, with the Serious Violence Duty, with education ministers as well. And really, fighting that cause and fighting that corner, because at the end of the day, it will always be children first and subjects second. And, if you don't love kids, why do you come into education, first and foremost? The effigy for the NHS would be Florence Nightingale, and it's all about, it's all about care. The effigy for us in policing are the Peel principles, and it's all about helping vulnerability. And when it comes to young people as well, it's absolutely important to understand, if you can't emotionally regulate, you'll never be able to cognitively learn. So what can we really do different in terms of system change? So that's what we really are, essentially, in the Violence Reduction Partnership, it's all about, you know, system change for us. You know, where can we really change the system and where can we really agitate the system? So as one such area that we have is faith and communities. This is actually really unique. Of all the violence reduction units, we're the only one that has faith and communities. I always say, yeah, we bring God to the table here. So what is the Faith Alliance? The Faith Alliance is a group of faith leaders, community leaders. We all come together to equip, enable and empower our faith communities. We've got membership of nearly 500 within the Faith Alliance. And essentially what we've been doing is, you know, galvanising faith leaders on this agenda because, you know, I'm from the West Midlands and diversity is a real strength within our communities, you know, similar to London and many of our larger cities. And what we're really essentially trying to recognise is, you know, interfaith and all the work that we do, you know, is real strength within our community. But the work that we're doing at the Faith Alliance, it's a bit more than breaking bread and breaking samosas together. It's actually about bringing together that golden thread that brings together all faiths and none, which is the sanctity of life. You know, how can we save the lives of our children? How can we really support vulnerability? How can we all come together? Because you know what, as faith communities, we come with lots of resource. You know, that's our greatest resource first and foremost. And aside from that, we come with assets. We come with assets such as buildings, we have space, we have money, we have funding. You know, we have lots of things that we bring together. You know, and what do we essentially really prioritise? So for myself as a Muslim woman, I've been really using my, position of privilege with many of the imams, you know, across the West Midlands, you know, meeting with them and speaking to them as well, and just having some really discursive and honest conversations, such as, do you know what? Great marble floors, great chandeliers, but what are we doing about these kids that are dying outside the mosque gates and the exploitation that's taking place? And these are real honest conversations that we've got to have. So that's really essentially some of the work that we've been doing with so many of our faith leaders. How do we really come together on this? And the other aspect is, you know, how do we really understand, how do we really understand faith as well? There is something about, and, you know, many of you speakers have talked about as well, you know, faith, especially in secular society as well. You know, you can almost identify it as any ism, a notion, and any ology except for a person of faith. And actually faith, you know, has always been here from the beginning, is here and will be here till the end. Things like the Violence Reduction Partnership and all of these federations will come and go, but faith will always remain. You know, and COVID was a really good example when 80% of all structures shut down, how faith communities were really at the forefront, not because of salary, not because of any of those things. Actually, the 3 Ps, you know, were absolutely at the forefront of all of that work. So they do it from, you know, a higher place, but they're not recognised. And so what we're essentially doing here is a real call to action to government as well, and central government, how we should be at the forefront of structures, of policies that really come from the top and have a real stake. We've done some, you know, amazing work in terms of the public health approaches and overlaying them with faith-based approaches, and we created a theory of change model that really recognises that, because when we're talking about faith, actually we are talking about public health approach. We're talking about, you know, from the cradle to the grave, essentially. You know, we're talking about the life course here, you know, but it's just a different language, you know. So how do we really bring that into kind of that mainstream understanding? So the background of the Faith Alliance, where did it all come about and why are we, you know, on this journey, on this road? Well, at the Police Crime Commissioner's Office, a report was commissioned by our then PCC called David Jamieson to really understand a regional context of youth violence. So many of our reports and so much of the evidence has actually come from the States. And a report was commissioned called the Commission on Gangs and Violence. It had a real West Midlands context, and the author of that was Dr. Carver Anderson. So there were numerous recommendations that came from that, you know, including education, including school exclusions, and one of them was working with faith communities, that essentially our statutory partners should be working with them, and especially the police as well. And historically, you know, especially from a police point of view as well, our communities, a lot of our inner city communities as well, you know, have been disengaged, you know, especially with a lot of statutory partners and statutory bodies. There's been a lack of confidence, there's been a lack of trust as well. And how can we, through faith, really start building those relationships and building that partnership? So they were one of the recommendations. And then when the Violence Reduction Partnership took fruition back in 2019, that thematic area was created. So what have we been doing so far? We've been really busy within the Faith Alliance. What we really wanted to create was some real tangibles. You know, it's not going to be a talking shop. I know theologians love to talk, don't we all? But what we really wanted to do was, have some real tangibles, deliverables, within the community. So we have a Faith Alliance that meets 3 times a year. We've created a toolkit. I've actually got a few copies with me as well, if some of you want them. And the toolkit really brings together a theological perspective as to why faith leaders and faith communities should come together on the agenda of violence reduction. So it looks at all faith perspectives. It's actually got some really good case studies within there as well, regional and national case studies that show real good examples. Because actually lots of faith institutes have actually started their work already within this. So many of the large football clubs that we have are actually born, within faith roots. Some of the really large organisations that we use as West Midlands Police and within London in the Met, organisations like Red Thread, St Giles, again have their roots within faith. So in terms of, pro-social modelling, in terms of, all of that theoretical work that we do, we are actually already doing, within faith organisations, but it's not actually recognised, within mainstream organisations and statutory partners. We had a faith summit back in July, which brought together lots of faith leaders regionally and nationally as well. And we've been doing a toolkit roadshow, essentially taking the toolkit on tour across the West Midlands. So if you'd like us to showcase the work at a venue near you, more than happy to do that. So as we've said, in terms of strategy, we've developed a strategic framework. Co-production is really, really central to our work, in terms of how we identify, in terms of, how we differentiate in terms of race, our cultures. That cultural competence is really important, and faith is such a strong identity for so many people. So that co-production bit has really been central to us and to our work. This is just an example of the theory of change model that we created, and all of this is, within the toolkit. So what's really next for us? It's really building upon this work that we're doing, really getting faith leaders to understand the real essential and critical role that they have to play within this and how they can really come together to make a difference. I was actually in Parliament last week. There was the launch of the report called A Heart for Justice, Faith and the Prison System. And the work that we've been doing within the Faith Alliance was actually recognised, and there were some real robust recommendations within that work. And one of them was that police and crime commissioners should work with violence reduction units to establish a Faith Alliance similar to the work that we've pioneered. So Simon Foster is our current PCC, but there was a real call for all PCCs nationally to be embodying this work and really, taking this work on. So that is real systems change, not just at the kind of granular level, the work that we've done, but a real kind of strategic level, just really recognising the power and impact of faith-based approach and the changes that it can bring about in society and really valuing this space. So numerous recommendations came from that. So I think next year, that's a huge priority for us, kind of galvanising this work nationally with all police crime commissioners. We've also, been having conversations with CJ leads and criminal justice leads within the states as well, and lots of other countries internationally. So again, taking the learning abroad and taking the learning to various spaces as well. And as I've said, there's a real power and a real influence that we can make in terms of system change, and the small things can just make a real difference. And I just wanted to share a case study with you. One of the largest mosques that we have in Birmingham is called Green Lane Masjid, and it not just only has an impact regionally as well, but nationally and internationally as well. And it's actually in our East Birmingham area, and it has, like I said, a really large congregation of men and women. And East Birmingham has the highest rates of DV, honour-based violence, FGM, coercive control, all the things that we've been talking about, violence against women and girls. I spoke to the CEO of the mosque. We had a conversation around, do you have any facilities or do you have anything within this mosque to support women that are impacted by domestic violence? And his take was, well, we don't have any issues with domestic violence. And I was like, well, the data tells us otherwise. I made it really clear. I come from a religion that liberated women 1,400 years ago. So what are you doing to create this space? Let's just really kind of, walk the walk. So we did a pilot. We funded a very small pilot there. For 2.5 days, we had a worker from Women's Aid that was working there, and they had over 40 disclosures that were made. And what they recognised as a result of that there is a real need. Now that's real powerful system change, because our mosques are not just patriarchal, but matriarchal as well, and real male-dominated spaces. So for them to be doing something where they're really raising their head above the parapet is real systems change and a real model of how things should be done. Further on from that, in terms of the funding, I met with the CEO of Islamic Relief. We shared the work that we've done. I shared the data with them as well, and if some of you know, organisations and charities like Islamic Relief are multinational charities that have millions. And as Sheikh was talking earlier as well, the Muslim community is a community with a voice. It's a community with deep pockets. And we give a lot to charity. It's one of the pillars of our faith. And as pertinent and as important as issues like Syria, and all of these countries abroad are, there are our kids and our women that are dying right here, right now, and there is so much that we need to do. So as a result of that, Islamic Relief funded domestic violence work at a Green Lane Mosque for the next 3 years. That work was then shared with the Muslim Council of Britain. So as some of you may know, Zahra Mohammed is the first female president of the MCB. The work was shared with them for us to now cascade nationally with all mosques. So that is a real good example of system change and where we can really make a difference. So thank you so much to each and every one of you for your time, your intent, your purpose, your blessings, your efforts, and together we can make so much difference. This is a real place for hope and change. And I'm just going to end with a short video. It's only a minute long. Of all the kind of bank of resources and repositories that we've created, there was a short video that we created that kind of galvanises, I think, a lot of what we were talking about today. So, cute.
Today, we stand together as one community. We call for an end to violence and aggression in our towns and cities
that causes division, despair, and death. We live for a shared future,
where our homes and streets are safe places again.
We declare that the power of love and forgiveness is stronger than the power of fear and revenge.
We will not be afraid. We will each play our part. We will choose.
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 to believe in hope.
Movement towards non-violence and towards reducing aggression in our society. And unfortunately, when we look at the world situation, we need to expand more and more. But faiths working together is great. And we have a good friend. I know David and Patricia are very close to Paul Guttridge. And we would also like to work together with him in terms of de-risking different potentially violent groups. So what I'd just like to say is, see our friend here and also David at the back there are, before you leave, if you pledge something, then they can help you. So next I'd like to invite David and Patricia. It's okay, people will come to you. Thank you. So David and Patricia Earle have been working in Birmingham for a long time, as many of you know here. But we asked them to take on a new responsibility this time, which was the International Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, which means leading our interfaith, interreligious work here in the UK under UPF's kind of a wider umbrella. And we'd like to invite them up because they've brought some friends also to speak from the different faith communities. Thank you.
No. This will be quick.
You are great.
It's that bird again. So IAPD is another acronym, Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, basically bringing people of faith together, particularly faith leaders, to address common concerns and issues centering on our shared values. It was launched about almost 3 years ago. One or two of you came to this incredible summit. It's the most unbelievable summit I've ever been to. 5,000 or I don't know how many people there. Senators, congressmen, government, current and former heads of state, and mere mortals like myself, rubbing shoulders. And IAPD was launched along with all the other associations, IAED and so on. And basically, in IAPD, just to summarize, due to their moral authority and emphasis on human rights based on the principle that we are one family under God, religious leaders and people of faith can help rebuild divided societies and assist in humanitarian services for the alleviation of hunger, disease, and trauma due to natural and man-made disasters. So again, coming together to serve the public good. So IAPD is a very new thing here, so we're going to hopefully develop it in the coming year and perhaps approach some of you to get involved. In Birmingham and the West Midlands, just a few examples, and then I'll close, of people of faith. So this is women of different faiths knitting blankets, clothes, hats, scarves, and then all of those were taken to Syria about 3 weeks ago for widows and orphan children by the two ladies on the left who come from Yasmin's mosque. Some of you know Sheikh Nuru Mohammed, his mosque community in Birmingham. Coming together to worship and interfaith services. Again, we've done that 3 times in the last year in very beautiful venues, particularly the Al-Mahdi Institute on the right. This was just a few weeks ago. I think Reverend Eve Pitts was mentioned, the first black lady to become ordained in the Anglican Church. Coming together to recognize the central importance of family and marriage in our different faith traditions. I don't know if, Nadia, you can see Reverend Carver Anderson on the right, front row there. But people of all faiths, again, coming together around our common concerns to empower one another. Patricia and I were privileged to receive an award for UPF and Women's Federation activities by the Council of Faiths in Birmingham back in September. And the gentleman front row, third from the left, is Dr. Peter Rooks. He's an advocate for UPF. He sent his apologies from Singapore. And finally, we had the opportunity to speak to about 100 people around the country. Anybody heard of the University of the Third Age? Yes. It's a very nice institution. Peter's very much involved with that. So we had a chance to promote UPF around the country and the work of Women's Federation. So watch this space. We'll be doing more of these kind of activities, both here and in Birmingham and South London, I think, where I hope some of you can be involved in coming together to serve the public good. Thank you.
Are you going to invite
Yes. We have one young lady, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. She's president of the Hindu Council. And while she comes up, I'd just like to recognize Yasmin. If you could stand, Yasmin. Yasmin is, if you could stand, Yasmin is, some of you know Sheikh Nuru and the Clifton Road Mosque community in Birmingham. Then Yasmin is the pioneer of interfaith at that mosque. And she was the result of her work was taken on by another lady, Shanaz Sajan, who last year was I think the first Muslim lady to be the chair of the Birmingham Council of Faiths. So thank you for your pioneering work, Yasmin. Dr. Lakshmi is president of the Hindu Council of Europe, doing very similar work to UPF, and I'd just like to give her a couple of minutes to share with us about her work and association with UPF. Dr. Lakshmi.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a real surprise for me that, I was called on the stage to say a few words. I'm the president of the Hindu Forum of Europe. There are 27 countries, and I liaise with, we have about 18 to 20 members from Europe under the umbrella of Hindu Forum of Europe. Okay, thank you very much. So we have about 17 to 18 organizations under our umbrella in different countries of Europe, and I travel to many of those countries and give them talk, liaise with them, ask them what do they need, what help do they need, and so on. And we try to unite the different Hindu groups within the countries. That is number one. Secondly, I am also associated with several European organizations like the Religion for Peace in Europe, which I'll say a few words. Then you have the ECRL, that is the European Council of Religious Leaders, IARF. Then I am also a member of SACRE in the Greenwich Council of UK, and I'm also a active working member of the Census UK. So besides that, there are many other work that I'm associated with. So my main aim is to unite the people, bring them together, and liaise with the Parliament for whatever needs that we require. For example, we do not have proper funeral needs. So I keep on liaising with the government on that issue. And of course, several other issues too. I'm not going to talk about many things. And of course, many things I must have also forgotten. Recently, I attended a KSID meeting in Barcelona, and more than anything, let me tell you that yesterday I had a direct Zoom meeting with in Geneva, where they were celebrating the United Rights Day. So I presented, the topic was very interesting. Everybody was asked to present a paper on their religious faith and human rights, how you can relate. And that's what speech I gave yesterday, and it was quite appreciated by the people who were present there. And talking about peace, I mean, I don't know where see, this is the picture of yesterday's topic where I presented the paper. And I would also like to say two lines about peace. And before that, I would like to appreciate once again the services to the humanity by Patricia and David. Actually, I have brought a little scarf to present to her. If you allow me, I will do that. But before that, I'll say a few words on peace. Peace is, no one is born with a zeal to fight or make others unhappy. It is the circumstances which make people unhappy, and hence they revolt. What is taught in the prayer spaces is very important. A happy family is peace-loving, and a happy country is also a peace-loving and a happy area to live in. The leaders and politicians have to make an effort in their country to be peaceful and happy. In fact, it is their responsibility. Let us spread peace, love, and live with each other happily. Thank you. And I'll give a little scarf.
Wait 1 minute, please. I want to invite David and Patricia to give this Ambassador for Peace Award to an amazing woman that's done so much work in her life, and now it is with our UPF as well as WFWP helping to do more. Please, David. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just got this. 1 minute, I'll bring the...
Can you turn it on the right side? You come in the middle. You come, David. You come in. Yeah. Yay. Thank you. You can get to I would like to actually invite somebody for briefly. He will come with you're coming with the thingy. It's my dear friend Bianca Madison. My head is completely full of things. The words are sliding away. I would like to say a little bit about what she's going to do. Yes. Oh, it's so lovely. Look, it goes just with what she's wearing. Yeah, that's great. That's just great. Wow. You know, some time ago, a very wise man that works for peace and is a professor for the University of Peace. His name is Madhu Krishan, please come up. He wants to introduce just a little bit. He's one of the...
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Margaret and Robin, for organizing this wonderful event. I'm so humbled, I really am, by every single speaker today and all the amazing work you're all doing. A couple of months ago, in October, I was fortunate enough to have received a PhD doctorate from a wonderful organization that Margaret mentioned, Academy of Global Universal Peace, with headquarters in New York, but they have branches all over the world. So their president actually happened to come to the UK in October and gave me the PhD, the doctorate award, but I was really keen to introduce him to Robin and Margaret because his organization, Academy for Universal Global Peace, is very, very similar in ethos, if you like, in the way they're conducting their work. Professor Dr. Madhu is just wonderful. He's become a really close friend and a mentor to me ever since. So I brought him here. he, of course, like the rest of us, fell in love with Margaret and Robin immediately. He could immediately see, being the wise man, that this is the place of hope and change, as one of our previous speakers mentioned. So he was going to be here today. So he's sending a special message to all of you on video. So thank God for technology. So be with him or have him with us tonight. Madhu Krishnan from Academy of Global Universal Peace. Let's see. Have you got his video? Have you got his video on? Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, Bianca Madison Buletta. Thank you.
Okay, you can.
Yes.
Okay. There is come on, what's going on? Is there something else? What's going on?
It gives me immense pleasure today to greet all the participants of UPF, myself, Professor Dr. Madhu Krishnan, the Chairman cum Chief Rector of the United Nations University for Global Peace, as well as for the American University for Global Peace, USA, would like to express my heartiest congratulations to all the achievers, to all the peace ambassadors, those who have contributed during this last 1 year and the previous years of their in their life. On 10th of December, being the International Human Rights Day, which started on the 10th of December in 1948, and we have seen several kind of issues on the human rights. Though we are celebrating, we are commemorating this 10th of December as an International Human Rights Day, at one place we are happy, but at the same place we have some matter of concern about the ongoing war, the conflicts, and all such kind of restlessness in the society. People are not honored. The human rights are violated. Especially now, if you see the victims of the Ukraine war, this war was forcefully imposed upon them. Innocent people are getting killed. Innocent people are, they are destroyed. They are disturbed. They lost their houses and all. It's a matter of big concern. But anyhow, today is not that forum for me to speak on that issue. I would like to congratulate every one of you, every participants, and especially I express my thanks and gratitude to my beloved brother, Mr. Robin Mars, the Secretary General of WPF, and also my beloved sister, Margaret Ali, the Director of UPF, who personally invited me for this particular conference, but I am very busy for the World Scientist Conference. We have, our sessions are going on. I also would like to express and pay my tribute to the founder and the co-founder of this very esteemed organization of WPF. I know them personally. I had interaction with them long years back. I'm so happy, I'm so glad that he's, the team, like Brother Robin Mars and Sister Margaret Ellie, they and all the other team members, they are continuing the same vision and the same mission of the founder and the co-founder. It is a matter of great, congratulations, and it's a express our gratitude to the team member, those who are continuing the mission and accomplishing the mission.
lovely experience with him as a peace activist, and it was very interesting meeting him. We look forward to meeting him again at a future time. Could I ask my good friend Dr. Abdul Basit Saeed, who's a UPF UK trustee, just to talk about programs at IAED. IAED is kind of business and for economics and development, and it basically shows or highlights the role of economic activity for development of humanity, very much in line with Sustainable Development Goals. But I think also it highlights the worth of economic activity in building peaceful relationships with different nations. So the more that we have interrelations through economic activity, the more ties us together. And we can see with the current war how much the trade has been an issue in that conflict. So for the coming year, we'd like to invite you to speak about our plans for the next year.
I think we had enough of speeches for today. I'll just try to keep it short as possible. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan, can you ask people to come inside, please? Yeah. All right. So, my dear friends, brothers, sisters, we all are here for one common reason, which is to promote the idea of peace. So, I don't know how much it means to others, but it means a lot to each and every one of us. That's the only reason why we are gathered over here today. So today, as you know all, United Nations Day of Human Rights. So this is an important day, so I want each and every one of you to stand up to take the pledge of United Nations to make sure this day is an important day for each and every one of us. So can you all please stand up together, please? Can we all hold each other's hand? Brothers, sisters, can we all hold each other's hand, please? So, close your eyes and please say this after me. I know my human rights. And we are all equal. I know my human rights. And we are all equal. I know my human rights. And we are all equal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dear brothers and sisters, as you know all, many of us don't know what's human rights, what we are liars to and what we work for. So that's very important for us to understand what our human rights actually means, and we need to understand the same human rights is given to others as an equal person. So, in coming back to IAED, International Association for Peace for Economic Development, so as an organization, what we are trying to do is we are trying to bring organizations, bring businesses, bring corporate organizations and countries to promote the idea of peace. So say, for example, if you have a business, a corporate business, or if you're working on a small, medium-range business, SME, the idea is to bring all the trademarks business together to promote the idea of peace. That's the idea. So what we have done is previously, we have done a summit. It's called the Trilateral Global Summit, which just happened 2 months ago. And we raised sponsorship. We raised around closer to 50,000+ pounds. However, we spent double the amount. So this is just a trial period, what we are trying to achieve. But the money, what we collected is, we tried to establish to bring different country leaders. We had 43 countries in total. We had 3 heads of state. And we had certain ministries, MPs, bank chairmen, bank CEOs from different corporations, focusing on the idea of trade as a vehicle for peace. Because each and every one of you want peace, but we need to be funded to promote the idea. How are you going to get funded? Funding comes with trade. We need trade people. We need business people. That's why I think, and our organization of UPF IAED, what we think is trade should be energized. Trade should be given the innovation. Trade should be supported. And people as you who are going to work together to make this trade an effective way to be helped and supported and nurtured. So that's the idea of IAED, to bring and connect and network within our organization to support trade. So as a building, what we are trying to focus on next step is going to be, for the next 12 months, not starting over here, but very soon, we are going to have a series of program for the next 12 months. That's going to be focused on raising support for this IAED. So we are going to build a platform where each of the leader who it's going to be impossible for you to connect with. It can be a world leader, it can be a bank leader, it can be somebody who is hard to reach, is going to come to our building over here to speak in front of you, where it gives you an opportunity to connect with. It can be a Doha Bank CEO who controls assets worth of $200 billion, or it can be a world leader, a president of a country, or a former president who can come over here to support your vision, who can be a patron of your organization. This gives the connectivity. So what we are trying to achieve is synchronize to make sure your vision modules with our organization's value, which is universal values. So this is going to be a platform. So this platform is on an enrollment. So we are starting with a minimum enrollment thing of £5 a month for you to have this connectivity. £5 a month for 12 months. So basically what you're going to get is you're going to have a huge connectivity, huge reach with people of like-minded people as you. And I do think, my brothers and sisters, this platform will be a great platform for you to connect with leaders, visionaries as you around the world, which is hard to reach with you. So please think about this, and when we reach out, we will definitely reach out to you. Don't think about the money, because £5 is nothing a month, and you're going to have an intermingling with all these leaders. So the focus is going to be to raise closer to 25 to 50,000 pounds to make a structure for the IAED. So in futures, we are going to have program to support our local boroughs through the funds we raise. So this is the idea we have. I know I don't want to take much of your time, but thank you so much for listening. So God be with you all, and enjoy your Christmas. And Robin, anything else? Thank you.
Just like to say that we would like to really have it as a cutting edge kind of issues, and to highlight those particular issues which are very contemporary, are very pertinent, and that we can get world level people to come and participate, national and world level people. That's our plan, and it's something we want to build up over periods of time. We have. Sorry? Isn't football at 7? Yeah, football's at 7. Everyone knows football's at 7, right? But maybe not everyone is so interested. So I'm sure many people are. Right. We have actually 2 videos which I've put on social media from Scotland. One is Scotland UPF, and talking about the launch of a peace embassy, which happened recently. The other is UPF in the Middle East. David Fraser Harris is speaking about the different projects that UPF has been doing in the Middle East, and the consultations, and looking at he brought together a number of people from the different Abrahamic faiths, particularly in the Middle East, to discuss how to further peace in the Middle East. So those two have already gone out on social media, and I'll invite you to see them. If you're connected on Facebook or on Twitter, on other things, you'll see them. Sorry? You did just now. Ernst. Sorry, I thought you said Ernst. So yes, and then Ernst, yes, would you like to come up and talk about social media? Ernst has been doing our social media, particularly on Facebook. So he's brought many beautiful images. And next we started Instagram as well. But he's SEO, search engine optimizer. And he's very creative. I really love his images. Would you like to come up and talk? If you are on Facebook, please put it on your phone. Yeah. And if you don't like UPF or Universal Peace Federation UK already,
you have to like it.
But please come up.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm always very impressed and amazed by the audience here at every UPF event. And the only thing I sometimes wish is that there was more of it out there. And when I say out there these days, I mean online. So, because today we are in a time when everything is going digital. And as you know, in the past few years with the COVID and everything, it kind of like boosted this digital revolution. And we are at a time when if we don't actually use the time, the present moment, we're going to be sorry in the future because there is this new phenomenon we call social trends, which is mainly in the social media. And sometimes it's not so very useful, instructive content, which are not very beneficial to mankind, to the youth especially. And today, over half of the world's population is statistically proven to be online, like people on social media. And it is a time when we, being responsible for the present time and for the days to come, we have to really take advantage of the current social media platforms and the potentials that we have therein. And the reason why we have to do this is because there is this phenomenon that we call influencers. And it's becoming very much of a trend, and governments and political figures and big organizations, companies, many of them turn to these influencers or to those who have more views. And even many celebrities today, there's kind of a race on the social media for views and for visibility. And it is something that needs to be really harnessed by the people who have the right vision, who have a purpose, and who want to make a positive change. And it doesn't happen overnight, but with consistency, it is very possible to make a very huge impact, because now people really consider very much the influence on the social media, because although it looks as it is just a virtual influence, it is very much real. Very much real, because whatever influences the mind affects society. It always starts somewhere. And today, especially our youth, they are very much on the social media, on the phones and everything. And I printed some QR codes here that I can share around. And if you scan these, it will bring you straight to the UPF page, and you can click the like button. You can share posts, you can share content, but please tag us, tag the UPF in your post. Whatever you do in your organizations, it's very necessary that you involve us, that you tag us, that we get to know your pages, we get to know your content, we get to share your content. It will create a very great outreach. Actually, this is what the networking is about. Because if we see your interactions on our page, we will draw the traffic also back to yours. We will become a real network. And it tends to be visible to people who are connected to you, either friends or other. And that's how we can really harness this power to actually make a lot of impact. Like I said, it won't happen overnight, but with a bit of consistency, you will see that many people get aware, and we need this awareness of the great work you're doing. So that's what I had to share. If you can scan these, then you go straight to the page. And if you need help for anything regarding the media, contact us on Facebook. You can go on Messenger, UPF. We are there to help you so that this outreach network can grow bigger, stronger, and actually have impact. Thank you.
So we have also UPF South London. Would you like to come up and?
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, thanks everyone for staying with us towards the conclusion of the program. So my name is Lance Gardner. My day job is as a product manager for a financial technology services company, but I'm also the coordinator of the South London chapter of the Universal Peace Federation. So we are based in a building known as the Peace Embassy, which is in Thornton Heath near Croydon. We've been operating as a committee, and very sadly, one of our committee members, our sister Susan Crosswaite, passed away last month, and she'll be sorely missed. And she really helped us with various programs, especially during the pandemic with the webinar series, which is entitled Passing on Values to the Next Generation. So incidentally, during that time, it was interesting that Ernst had just spoken about Facebook, but we set up a Facebook presence and created a page, and we share our videos, our webinar series on that page. So next Saturday 17th, we're going to be having our Christmas event, or Christmas afternoon tea, jointly with the Women's Federation in South London at the Peace Embassy. We'll be welcoming the Deputy Civic Mayor of Croydon, Councillor Sue Bennett. Last year we had the Mayor of Croydon, Sherwin Chowdhury, addressing us. We'll have a very exciting program. There'll be a charity raffle in support of the International Relief Friendship Foundation, supporting our project, supporting their project in Uganda with the Destiny Junior School. And also, with Ukraine very much in mind, we'll be having several performers from Ukraine giving their musical contributions. So it promises to be very exciting. Actually, registration is already kind of officially closed as we are exceeding the capacity. But if anyone of you really want to join, please speak to me. Right. During this past year, UPF has been working closely with one of our dedicated ambassadors for peace, Mr. Meki El Sayed. He's actually in Greece because he received an award a few days ago, and he said he might be online. Raymond, is he actually? No, he's not online. Maybe focusing on the football there, where Morocco's really been doing very well. Okay, so anyway, he was originally from Sudan. He studied in Greece and married a French lady as well. And he's a great humanitarian activist. He's always ready to get into action whenever there is any humanitarian crisis. Like at Grenfell, he was one of the first on the scene, bringing relief in terms of blankets, bottles of water, etc. So this past year, he has been working in Ukraine, actually delivering supplies of a special nutritious powdered soup from Greece called trahanas. He's been working with the Greek Red Cross and UPF South London, also supporting him financially and also publicising his efforts. He came here to speak at Lancaster Gate in one of the UPF events, and also visited our Peace Embassy, where he gave us a taste of the soup that he has been delivering. It was really nice. So yeah, he's just he's still in Greece, where he received an award from the International Press Union of Greece. And Raymond, if you have those slides, please project them. So as I mentioned, he studied in Greece and worked extensively with the Greek Red Cross, and he also was very active in the field of sports, supporting their bid for holding the Olympic Games, and also an initiative called the Marathon Torch of Unity as well. He also organized concerts which raised funds to buy a building to serve as a school for disabled children. So he is recognized for all these wonderful efforts in Greece and beyond. Yeah. So in terms of our future projects, we've been continuing to engage with Mr. Meki El Said, and working on an idea to bring young people, to send young people to enable them to teach English, music, and sports to their counterparts in sort of troubled areas of the world. So originally we were thinking about focusing in Ukraine, and Meki himself visited the mayor of the town near the Ukrainian border. But now we're thinking more about developing this project in Africa, actually. So anyway, we've had a lot of encouraging support from our partner organizations, so we feel that there's a lot of hope and energy behind this initiative. So anyway, please stay tuned for updates on that activity. So that's all from me today. Thank you. Yeah. I mean now. Yeah. Okay. Let's just say a short prayer for Mrs. Susan Crosswaite. Abdul Basit knows her well, and she was really she's a beautiful lady who really was so passionate about serving the community, serving and supporting UPF.
Dear friends, she was a very strong woman. She previously had breast cancer. Despite the thing, she was always on the grounds. Okay, that's our beloved sister, and she has spoken so much for our borough and for our organization, and she contributed her whole life for this service. So I do believe each and every one of you, as sister and brother, should give her a bit of conscience of yours as a prayer for her hard work. Please.
Thank you. Our beloved Heavenly Parent, we thank you so much for the life of our dearly beloved sister, Susan Crosswaite, who passed into the spiritual realm this past month. And we're so grateful for her heart, her passion to give emotional healing, to really support the community. She worked as an ambassador for the Mayor of Croydon 2 years ago, and she never stopped giving right until the very end. And we pray that you may be with her, with her spirit, that she can continue her work in supporting UPF, in supporting your heavenly will. Thank you, Heavenly Parent, for this moment that we can gather and pray. I pray this in the name of Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
So I have one more Ambassador for Peace Award to present, and it's for Mr. Mobeen Rafiq. who is the chair of the, or founder of the Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club. And he's come here a number of times before. And someone we're always meeting in so many different events, and we have so many different friends and partners. So our networks overlap so extensively. So please welcome up Mr. Mobeen Rafiq. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And, he's already doing a lot of great work through building bridges through his Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club. As we know, economics and charity and peace are very much interrelated. So that is the conclusion for today. It's 6:05. If you hurry, you can get home to the football. And if you're interested in the England-France, yes. Abdul Basit, if you made a pledge today or for something, then he has the details and he can help you to finalize your payment. We are very grateful for all your donations and all the things all your offerings from today that really help our work in the coming year. And we as a charity are really growing. We were a charity about 4 years ago, but maybe we were established from 2008, but we were very much active without being a charity for many years. But thank you so much for coming on this journey with us this afternoon. Have a safe journey home, and it was so wonderful to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful Christmas. Have a wonderful end of year season's greetings to you all, and a great 2023. Thank you. Thank you so much to all the people online also who have been joining us throughout this afternoon. Thank you.
It's very important. The money goes toward the